We're officially back. Making a know it's been long, man. International break, now it cost everything, but it, it's been long and we're officially back. Like the V, subscribe, smash the like button. Smash the like button, guys. Like the V, subscribe, smash the like button. Get that freaking likes up, guys. We got quite a lot to talk about today. Very interesting. We're gonna talk about United, then Hagg versus Sancho. We're going to talk about Manchester United as a club. We're going to preview our matches tomorrow, Chelsea versus Bournemouth, which is very important to win. We're going to talk about the Milan derby. Inter Milan won AC by 4-1. Tomorrow, we're going to do the preview of the Champions League, but we leave the Champions League for tomorrow. And also, we're going to do the Leverkusen versus Bayern yesterday. That was a very good match yesterday. We're going to touch about it also. And we're going to talk about Ali Maguire's sexual assault. Is it right? Yes, we can criticize Marguire, but has it gone into being personal with the sexual assault? That's a bit weird when it comes to the situation because, like you guys said, I've been a victim of racism before from Chelsea fan base, so it's a little bit difficult. We're also going to talk about the FIFA the best award, the top 10 award that has been awarded out. So we're gonna look at some of the players that has been nominated, and we're gonna look into it. Like the V, subscribe, smash the like button. Because I think whatever we want to talk again, anything you want us to talk about, we're gonna surely ship in this. Let's go, my people. Let's go. Let's go. Yo, my people, on that day now, we finally back. International break is sucks, man. I don't like international break because it annoys me. Now, it makes me look more lazier because, yes, there is football, but there's not, like I said, I have checked out since Angola 06, and I'm not talking about anything Super Eagles until Cote d'Ivoire next year. I'm not talking about it. These people need to win me an AFCON and go far in the World Cup before I can even say anything. But overall, football is finally back. Why we've been expecting, and it's an happy moment for us to talk about football because we've missed football. I despise international break, but it is what it is. The player needs to go for the international break and everything. You can't hate that, but you have to like respect that. So I understand that. So, but finally, football is back, and you can actually talk football and enjoy each other. So, guys, let's talk. How are you guys doing today? I hope you guys are enjoying your weekend. I hope everything is fine with you guys, families, and everybody. Hope you guys, if you have wife, hope you guys are enjoying yourself. And if you are lonely, God will provide good wife for you. I hope you guys are doing.
What about for the girls that are looking for
And for
guys?
the girls that is looking for
Guys.
sorry, for the girls that are looking for
Are you only
boyfriend.
guys that watch your show? Girls watch your show.
Sorry, for the guys that are looking for the ladies that are looking for boyfriend. Don't worry, God will provide for you that I have. Take care of them and keep them very well. And for my mommy, my madam, I greet you now. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good day, whatever place you are. I greet you now. It's your boy. We are back. We are back again. We don't come or we don't come. Making an international break. No too big like that. Way we could talk football because you don't enter once a year. You know, it don't suit like that. But football don't back now. We go talk. No worry. We can cause each other. Don't make it no worry. We don't back. We don't back. We will come back. So I mean, we're gonna talk about Ten Hag, Sancho. We're gonna chip in United too. But again,
I thought
first,
we're done with this Sancho Ten Hag stuff. Right?
because let's talk about it. It's been in this for a recent, especially Ten Hag, because this is it here. When he came in, we talked about, we did the Ronaldo story where he had that bash with Ronaldo, and Ronaldo was like, the standard of this club is not good enough. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Mm.
Then Anthony came in with another assault where in terms of okay, ladies, woman this, woman that. They let go of Anthony. And now Greenwood also do the same thing too. That's kind of stuff happen. Now Sancho, it happens again. This is where the problem is. Some are blaming Ten Hag, while some are blaming Sancho. In this situation right now, I'm gonna blame the two of them.
Yeah.
Firstly, Ten Hag, you don't have the right to call player out. That is what you have to do privately.
No, but he can call player. He's the coach.
Yes. See, you can call player, but sometimes you have to have a conversation with them.
I'm sure they already had a conversation. So this Ten Hag stuff and Sancho, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's been going on. I think since Ten Hag joined, of course, most times when a new coach comes in, right,
Mm-hmm.
you analyze your top earners. Those are your most important players, right? Those are players that you guys are paying the big bucks to. You know, you try to analyze where they are, what you can help them to do to improve, and how you can help them in their journey to align to your, to your strategy and how you want to play on the field. Now, a player like Sancho is actually supposed to be a more senior player. Apparently, I think this all started last season when Ten Hag joined. Sancho came in, I think he was a bit out of shape, or maybe I think he was not fit, right?
Yeah.
Struggle with fitness issues and all that, and just 23. The guy just 23, 24, at this stage is when you're actually trying to build yourself to get to that high level in terms of your performance, because you're supposed to be acquiring those improvements in your movements and positioning, knowing how to score, how to just get yourself up to when you are now at your peak when you're 20. But the thing is, and this is not just Sancho, it's a lot of things with this current generation of players, right? This is Gen Z or Gen Y, whatever the generation is. But this generation is different from them Drogba's generation. Their Piero's generation, them Paris, all those generations were different. This current generation is a very, very fickle generation.
Even if you look at the United generation, Yam Stamp, Vidic, Ferdinand.
Yeah, those are men. Those are men. Those guys were men earlier in their lives, right? Compared to
Bobstein, whatever his name. Bobstein. So many of them, these are like legend of the.
No, they're not just legends. They became men at 23,
Yeah,
24. Right? I remember when Yapstam was in Lazio, right?
Yep.
When he was young, he was a man already. He was 23, but he was a man. He was a man. When you see him, he's a man. But
he matured. He was a matured player for his age.
Exactly. When you look at people like Sancho, you're like, you're 23, 24, and you're all over the place, right? You think you have arrived. The problem with most of the players of this generation is they play a very good season or half a season, and they just think that they've arrived. Hey, I'm now going for the Ballon d'Or. All those kind of people, all these journalists overhype them, the media and all that. So that's what got into these kids' head. And one thing about this, although the media will hype you, it also would kill you on the other hand when you don't live up to that hype, right? Now, this guy apparently, he is in a very, very dire situation, because Man United as a football club are not in the best of places right now. They have all kinds of leadership issues, which is actually trickling into the dressing room and into the field. This guy, what he needs now is a total change of environment. Even just going to Getafe or Strasbourg, somewhere where he can just say, hey, don't laugh, Nana, this is serious. He deserves this. He's listening to this. He needs to go to those kind of clubs and just get
reinvent.
Get what made him love the game, because he's a passionate guy. One thing about passionate players, passionate footballers always need that spark. They need to keep that spark within them, right? And once that spark is gone, they just lose interest. And when they lose interest, they just fall out of shape, or they just fall out of fitness, and they just become something weird. He also has attitude issues. Sancho also has attitude issues, right? He's not humble enough, right? And I think these are some of the things that Ronaldo was talking about when he talked about the Manchester United dressing room, because he was like, wow, when he was there, when Ronaldo joined Man U when he was, I think he was 21 when he joined, there were older players there, like Paul Scholes, like Giggs, like, all those players were there. And of course, he learned through the ropes. But this current set of players, especially these current like Sancho and, all the rest of that, because they bought them for big money, like, and they are on very big, high wages, they actually believe that they have arrived, and, that they don't need to show working. According to my Nigerian poll, they say he doesn't need to show any more working. But you know what? One thing, if someone like Ronaldo, who is almost 40, is showing working, or Thiago Silva, who is 39 going to 40, still showing working to try to be at the top level, who are you that is 23?
Yeah, but I mean, before the other guys, this is where I'm in the middle in this situation. Because yes, manager can call out players, and also believe managers also have the right to tell players, okay, if I've told you this for the first time, for the second time, for the third time, and you're not gonna hear, I'm gonna just get the fuck out of here, boom, out. Mourinho does that a lot, and he use that to motivate players. They're like Drogba, Lampard. I call them the soldiers because he understands them. And even in Inter Milan, Mario Balotelli, I can keep mentioning name. What's his name? Lucius. These are big personalities.
You're talking of men, huh? You're talking of men.
Those are personalities where if you call them out, they know exactly what they have to do because they know their job. But this generation of players, when you call them out, it becomes a problem. And I will say it again. The cultural system in Manchester United has been poor. It's
because of leadership. That's
number one. And number two, I believe
the vacuum in leadership.
I believe number two.
All around.
Abdullah, I have a question for you, Abdullah. So big up everyone.
Big up.
Yeah, Tom, NK. Hope you guys are having a good weekend. Abdullah, just a brief question.
Abdul, so you didn't call my name, Abdul.
I just said.
Catch you.
I just said Emmy now. I said your name first. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't.
So just a quick interjection, really. How does this work in American sports? Do sportsmen they get mollycoddled, begged,
no,
get ass kissing?
No, Abdul,
and all the stuff.
Abdul, should I tell you what they get done? What happens to them? They get traded as soon as you become bigger. They just get traded.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Yeah, I know. I know because I follow American sports a lot, and I know the environment is more competitive.
It's cutthroat.
And quite harsh.
Yes.
So I don't know where Abdullah is getting, or he shouldn't be called out.
No.
But by who? By the manager.
No, Abdullah is trying to play on defense, but he's not playing it well. You can't play on defense.
What I'm saying is, I'm not back in this situation because the first one, when I first said that, was like, because when we do this talk, I was like, okay, I'm gonna be a little bit on Sancho defensive, and that was the first time I heard it. But after that, when I heard what Ten Hagg said, when I heard what everything, I was like, okay, hold on a minute, I'm gonna be on the defense here because according to what I'm hearing from Sancho, it was like he said there's a little bit of loyalty between the managers and the body where he's favoring some player. I'm like, Sancho, you do not have credit in the bank to even challenge Ten Hagg. Because even if you can even say because of Anthony does not offer something forward, but in defensively, it does offer. So you've been given so much time to perform over and over. If not, you have not shown. Even they send you out to three. They give you 3 months out to go and be doing. That's go to the mountain.
Yeah, they took him to. Yeah, he went to the mountain.
They gave him 3 months to go and worship God in the mountain, but you still fail. So
we should have fucking left him there.
So when they give you 3 months out to go and pray to God in the mountain, you still messed up. So this on you. This is on you. You gotta now. This is a dicey situation where United are fucked up. No Sancho, no Anthony, no Greenwood. Now it's gonna be Bruno Fernandes, Messi, Mount, Pelestri. Lord, freaking have Messi.
And
Oh no. But where we need to get it right is I understand the fans, they're getting emotive and they have a right to be because they are emotionally invested. Some of them are even financially invested. So I understand. But the thing is, the mere fact that you have to you have a team of more or a squad of more than 11 players, that shows that not everybody's going to play.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's nothing personal here. Even if you get 0 minutes, okay, it's because you are not. It boils down to the initiative and the prerogative of the manager. Okay. So this is nothing personal, and there's nothing against you as a professional. It's just the model of the sport. That's all. You have 11 players. Everybody's not going to play.
Yeah.
And some are going to be favored depending on the decision and the strategy of the manager. It's as easy as that. So when it's not like Ten Hag called him out. It's the press that asked him a question. He has, and he decides to. He has the right to choose how he wants to answer that question, and that's what Ten Hag has done. I don't think Ten Hag is shifting blame towards Sancho or calling him out. That wasn't even a call out.
No.
That was just answering the question. Okay, they asked the same question to Pochettino about some Chelsea players. He decided to answer it in a different way.
Abdul, they didn't even just ask Ten Hag about Sancho. They then asked about McTominay. They asked about Martinez and if he was okay. They asked about loads of players. So it wasn't like they singled him out as the only player.
Exactly. So that tells me that, maybe the player has an agenda here. because they didn't only make inquiries about you, they made inquiries about other players. So why do you feel picked on a top professional? The thing is getting to him. The thing is biting into him because if we're going to be honest, he's been favored by the press, because with some players he would have been on the category of flop by now, because this is 2 or 3 seasons after being signed for like 70-80 million.
He's already in that bracket. Let's just say it for what it is, lads. He already is in that bracket.
Exactly. These 2 seasons also, and you haven't made an impact. There's no significant contribution. I think the thing is more or less biting into him because of he's sort of like feeling. I think he's feeling a bit on the guilty side. He's been provided with everything possible. He's been sent on emergency break, emergency holiday. But he needs somebody to advise him and to guide him and say, this is just normal in professional football.
It is.
It's just normal. I remember, well, I didn't remember, but there's a story about it. Ian Rush, who was like a great Liverpool striker, and then he went to Juve for 1 season. It didn't work out.
It was garbage.
Exactly. I think he couldn't even score more than like 2 or 3 goals.
Yeah, he was. Because playing this year, I was really technical. He found out.
But the thing is, this was a guy who could score goals blindfolded.
That was in England.
And he couldn't. So guess what? Thierry Henry is a flop in Juve.
Yeah, Juve.
Vieira was like a backup at AC Milan. So these things happen. They just need the right guidance. And I'm sorry for him if he start get.
So to cut it short, this is my problem now with this new generation, because I do not know where football is going. Because in those old generation, when you have men, when you have soldiers, then when they criticize you, he's gonna just take it on the ship and move on. But this generation of thing, because now there's era of social media where there's a connection between the fan base and the players and the manager and the club. Now there is a problem, because now fans can talk closely to the players.
You see, I do not. Thank you. 2 seconds. Sorry, I don't believe in this argument of this generation is that generation. Look, there's no generation that's going to have it all. Okay, the generations in the 80s and the 90s, they only hope to become millionaires at the end of their careers. Okay, but then that generation, they had more social life. There was no, they didn't have this kind of scrutiny these guys are having. There was no social media then. Okay, and the quality of the training wasn't as good. The facility and the medical teams wasn't as good. So you can't all have it. It can't all be perfect for you just because you're this generation or that generation. These people, they need the right guidance. Okay, but then it's not easy because people have to do their job. People have to win. People have to deliver. So I just hope he gets the right advice and he focus on, because he's got talent. Leave the banter aside. I think Sancho has talent.
He does,
but I don't know why it hasn't worked out.
You can have all the talent in the world.
Before I come to Tom, because I rate Sancho very highly, but when the player is behaving relax. When the player is behaving as if he's chief Hagg, he's won everything, then I have a red flag on that. Sancho can see. If Ronaldo is criticizing Ten Hag, I'll go with Ronaldo because Ronaldo has credit in the bank for me. Because then when we did that, I was like, I know what Ronaldo is saying because I understand challenging manager and telling him there's no such thing in this club. I came here to 03 then 04. I know this club very well in and out. When I came back again, he said the same thing. This is bullshit. And Ronaldo was able to call us United and the entire board because he knows exactly what the heck is going on in that club. Sancho does not have credit in the bank to even have a go at the manager. That's what the problem is. If it was Rashford now, I would say, okay, now this one is beyond this. There's something going on here because now Sancho has shown Rashford has shown enough that he has credit in that way. He can say, okay, Ten Hag, what the heck is going on here? But Sancho, you can't even challenge your manager because even when you have been playing, you've not shown enough to warranty that challenge. That doesn't even make any sense to me.
No, right but Abdullahi, it doesn't matter who you are. You don't go against the coach. No. It doesn't matter how big.
If you do that, it's game over.
Just like at your workplace, it doesn't matter how big of an employee you are. You don't go against the manager.
No,
it doesn't work that way. You gotta be professional. Remember that video I sent in the chat. Roy Keane was the captain of United. He went against Ferguson. Ferguson said you're done.
Yeah.
It doesn't work that way. It doesn't mean because you've achieved this, you achieve that. You just do whatever you want and go. It doesn't work that way.
Mourinho did this a lot to players. Sancho did a lot to players to motivate them.
No, Sancho is wrong because he's wrong in general. It has nothing to do with what he's achieved or done at United. Even if he'd have won his Prem, you still can't do that regardless. It doesn't matter what he's achieved, You can't call out your manager.
Yeah, but
you just can't do that.
Because Chime, this is what I'm saying. Because the first time when we did this, remember, everybody was like, okay, I'm gonna be on a little bit of defense in Sancho here because then I didn't know about the full entire report. Now that I know about the entire one, I'm like, okay, Sancho, what the fuck are you doing, man? You do not have any credit about, and you challenging managers, you are completely done. And this is where this is a dicey situation for United right now because Sancho, boom, Anthony, boom, Greenwood, out. Now, Ten Hag is being forced to play Diamond's formation, which he's gonna get exposed a lot by a lot of teams who are the very quality.
See, that's the thing for me. That's why it's like. I mean,
we're gonna come to United.
No, I'm saying I get before we get there. I get for for rival fans and all that. I get it's fun, the troll and all that. I get that it's cool and all. I don't like to do that, but I mean, hey, all power to them. But as far as all that, for me, when you have players going in and out for things that are out of your control, like Sancho, he can't play Sancho after Sancho disrespects him. You can't just say, Sancho's still gonna play even though he disrespected me openly. The players aren't gonna respect you if you do that. So you gotta get Sancho out of the team. You have Anthony's situation, which is out of his control.
Yeah.
And then you have players out on injury. I mean, it's a tough situation. It's not easy. Because it's hard to put a consistent game plan, which when you have players coming in and out, all the time, things are good. Things are out of your control. One player is in your plans this week, then he gets scrapped. Like he said, McTominay was supposed to start against Arsenal. He got injured. He fell ill on the day of the game. That's just how the season has been.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's what I'm saying. So before we get into United, but as far as
fair enough, Tom. Quick take on Sancho Ten Hag because it's escalating now. No right wing for you guys. Lord have mercy, Chineke.
But we do have right wingers.
What?
We've got youngsters.
Don't tell me Mason Mount and Bruno Fernandes.
I'm not saying Mason Mount. Listen, Mason Mount and Bruno Fernandes, they were bought as midfielders, so play them as midfielders.
No,
Simple. No, they're not wingers. No, there's none of this adaptability and everything. Listen, Ten Hag's got it in his head about Fernandes. He had one good game away in Barcelona in the Camp Nou, and suddenly he thinks he's playing with a world-class winger. It's almost as if he's got Cristiano on the wing. 10 years ago. It's not happening at the end of the day. Fernandes can offer you creativity. The best Arsenal that you can have is probably in midfield with the way that we play at the moment, because we don't have direct wingers that can take the ball to the byline. I think the first time this season I've seen a United player take the ball to the byline from one of our mainstream players, and that was Rashford with the Højlund goal that was ruled out. That was it. The other times I've seen it where Pelestri coming against Spurs and took the ball to the byline. That was it. Young players that get 6 minutes. You bring Garnacho and Pelestri on with 6 minutes to go. What are you trying to achieve? There's nothing to achieve at the end of the day. The game's gone. But again, with Sancho, as the lads were saying and everything, yeah, he's got talent. I'll admit in saying that. He's a talented footballer. You can have all the talent in the world, but if you don't have the application to put that talent into practice and put the work in, where you work with a team, not as an individual, you're going to have a very short football career, and you're going to achieve zilch, if anything at all. And he's put himself in the position where he's come in. He was supposed to be the big wow superstar signing, because we didn't really have that attacking player at the time. He come in, he's had enough chances. He's been in consistent teams with Solskjaer, with Ragnick, now with Ten Hag. He's given him all three managers who gave him chances to play, and there's just no consistency. Goals and GAs aren't there for him as a player. And you know what? The one thing that at least you can say with Ten Hag is Ten Hag has credit in this situation, because he understood when he came in that this player was fragile, that there was just something not right about him. And as far as a lot of people understand, it was something to do with mental health or whatever. And as people phrase it, he sent him off to the mountains, sent him to the Netherlands for 3 months and said, listen, I'll send you out there with a couple of coaches, go and work on yourself as a player and as a person, and then come back in the better state of mind. Yeah. He did all of that when we had a major injury crisis. We were in a Carabao Cup final. We got smashed 7-0 at Liverpool, but he still sent this player away, and he didn't exactly call him back, even though he didn't have the numbers. He let this player actually recoup and rejuvenate. He come back. He had a bit of a burst. All right. Yeah, he had a good maybe 2 games, but then he just faded off. And at the end of the day, the one thing that you can say with Sancho is, yeah, you can be a talented superstar footballer. You can, I remember ages ago when he was at Dortmund, he was getting compared to Neymar and Mbappe. He was in this conversation of a young talent, and suddenly it's completely capitulated. And look, we can say it for what it is. Some players move to clubs and they don't adapt well, or they don't have that connection or anything. If I'm being honest with you, I don't really feel he's had that connection with Manchester United supporters or any of the managers that actually played him at all. I just don't think it's the club for him. And I don't think it's anything to do with him as a player. I just don't think him and his personality as a footballer and the way he plays is right for a club like Manchester United. I think he fit into many European sides. Borussia Dortmund was a brilliant team for him. You can flourish. You've got all the time in the world. There's not the spotlight on you. You're basically in Bayern Munich's shadow, so you're not the big super club in that league, or supposed to be anyway, the big household name. There was no pressure. As soon as you come to Manchester United, it's live or die. As soon as you put the shirt on, you know if it fits or not. And for Jadon Sancho, it doesn't. And with Erik ten Hag, and the way he's handled this situation, look, at the end of the day, he didn't sign this player. This isn't his player. He's done right by this player when he sent him off for 3 months, when really he could have probably done with an extra winger or two. And at the end of the day, if Jadon Sancho would have kept his mouth shut, obviously he couldn't preempt what was going to happen with the Anthony allegations. He probably might have started today. We don't know. We're speaking in hypotheticals. But at the end of the day, the attitude from the player stinks. You cannot post anything negatively about a manager. He might as well have just put Erik ten Hag's name in it. Like Cristiano Ronaldo did in that interview. You might as well just name the people that you're saying that are scapegoating you. You might as well just name
not name them. The fans can know who they can attack. Exactly.
Yeah, but this is the thing, and we know it was say Marguire and everything, but his mother's come out and stuff. I don't know what the hell our players are at the moment. Do you know what's funny though? Hold on. Do you know what's funny? Every single one of our players, bar the Anthony situation, are all English, and we've had the same shite with the same personalities week in, week out. We had it at the start of the season. Mason Mount's brother came out. We had it recently with Harry Maguire's mother. We've had it with Jadon Sancho blurting up and coming out. Marcus Rashford's brother's done some sort of an interview as well.
Sorry to cut you short. What you are feeling right now as a Chelsea fan, I felt it with Mason Mount, Kai Havertz.
Listen. It's not even. It goes beyond that. We have more statements as a football club than fucking wins.
Ooh, you're tired.
This is how shit this football club is right now. We have made more statements than we have points. I'd be surprised. I don't even know how many points we're on. I think we're on 6. We've made at least 5 statements. I think we're lucky. Maybe a couple more, and we'll have more statements than points on the board in the league. It's disgraceful. But even in saying that, at the end of the day, there's always going to be one of these situations. I mean, even in the screen, as you see in the background, Mikel Arteta had this same situation with a player with Aubameyang. Mm-hmm. And you look at Arsenal now, ever since that Aubameyang left, they had a major decline in detail, but Aubameyang was a key player of that team. So Arteta was going to come under fire. As soon as a lot of us heard that Jadon, as Manchester United fans, I don't know what Chamiri might think anyways, another United fan, as soon as I heard Jadon Sancho wasn't going to be a part of Manchester United, if I'm honest with you, I didn't really think much into it.
Yeah.
I didn't think much because he's not a first-team player when everybody's fit. And in my opinion, his preferred position would be to play off the left. He will never, ever be a left... And if that's his accreditation and what he wants to do, he needs to join another football club because he will never be a left winger unless he's going to be about 40 years old and still at Manchester United until Marcus Rashford or Alejandro Garnacho retires. Because he is never going to play on the left wing at all. He's completely shut off. And on the right wing, well, we know Anthony's at Ten Hag's boy. So, at the end of the day, you're at a stalemate. But even if Jadon Sancho would have played today, it's not going to make much of a difference anyway. So, Ten Hag's basically sent him packing and just said, look, unless you're going to apologise to me, I'm not interested in hearing anything. And do you know what the sad thing and reality of this is? I think Erik Ten Hag actually offered him a way back into this. I think he's offered him a way back. He said, look, if you publicly apologise, you'll be back in the first team training. So effectively, business as usual. You might not play, but you might see him in maybe 2-3 weeks. Mm-hmm. You'll see he might feature or he might actually start a game. But no, he's taken the arrogant approach and he's gone with the gut of what Sancho's been saying. He just said, look, okay then. Right, I'm just going to sit out there. I believe I was right, boss. I believe I should have called you out on what you said and have done with it. Do I think it was right? I think it was absolutely disgraceful, if I'm honest with you. And I don't care. I don't care if you want to exile him, do whatever. I'd ship him off to Saudi Arabia in January.
But Chamiri, because I don't want to talk about Sancho about this. We've talked about it about him, John. This is gonna be my last time between Sancho and this Ten Hag is getting out of hand. And Ten Hag.
Oh, my take on Sancho.
And Ten Hag, the fiasco going on. No right wing. Anthony. Guess. I don't want to go to guess.
I mean, when it comes to Sancho, man, like, I'm just gonna keep it real, man. Like, I mean, we know he's wrong. I mean, to be real with you, man, I don't really care, man. If he plays or not, I could care less. Like, I'm just keeping it real. Like, if he comes back, man, and he helps the team, good. If he doesn't, and we sell him, cool. Like, I really don't care, to be honest with you, because really, I don't see him making much of a difference regardless, whether he stays or goes. Out of the two, I'd rather keep Anthony over him, to be real with you. I think Anthony's more in line with the way Ten Hag wants to play than Sancho. So, I'm just not saying Sancho's a bad player. Like, I'm not talking about Sancho as a player. I'm just saying, like, we already have a right winger in Anthony, who Ten Hag favors. We have a left winger in Rashford. You know what I mean? I don't really see honestly, I don't even see him fitting in regardless of whether he stays or not. But, I mean, it is what it is. But, I mean, I mean, I think everybody knows like you can't call out your manager publicly.
You
You know,
don't.
there's things in life like where you think everybody like in life, man. Not everybody appreciates like the way they talk to when like for example. Let's say for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say like let's say for example, right? Let's say your mom touched you. I'm not saying Sancho is. I'm not comparing Sancho to like his mother or something. That's not what I'm not comparing Ten Hag to Sancho's mother or something. I'm just saying like when you have somebody who's in a position of authority, like let's say like your mother, for example, like 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 she tells you to do something that's unfair or whatever that you think so. Are you gonna call her out publicly in front of your family? No, because that's not gonna go well.
You'll get this. So you're a bastard if you do that.
That's showing her disrespect. You know what I mean? But but like everyone when everybody's gone, if you take the time to sit down and talk to her, maybe you get a different response. You know what I mean? So that was Sancho's first issue. He shouldn't have done that publicly because that wasn't smart. He should have done that behind closed doors and talked to Ten Hag and worked out the issue. Then the second problem he made is like he didn't apologize. You know, because the first instance when you did it publicly, you showed Ten Hag you didn't respect him. Then when you refuse to apologize to him, you definitely show him that you don't respect him. And as a man, especially as a man, once you show that another man that you don't really respect him, the bridge is burned. You know what I mean? I know for me especially, like once somebody shows you they have no respect for you, the bridge is burned. It's hard to get that back. It's hard to get that trust back. Hard to get all that back. And I don't know how anybody can say Sancho's been hard done by, man. Like Ten Hag gave him time off last year.
He did. He gave him 3 months.
He's been patient with him. He's done everything he can to get him playing to his best level. He's done everything. He's played him in so many different positions. What's everybody saying? What's Sancho's best position? Is it left wing? Is it right wing? Is it number 10? Now let's play him at false 9. Like he's played him at 4 different positions. He's done everything he can to get the best out of him. So what more can a manager do in this situation? Like he didn't say Sancho was a trash player. He just said he needs to train harder. Which other coaches have complained about?
Yeah.
The Dortmund coach complained about it, Lucien Favre.
Yeah.
He said Sancho needed to train better too.
Even Bombgate, who are doing it, also complained about them in the national team. So
it's like the main people supporting Sancho are guys who are ones who just want to laugh at Ten Hag, guys who are mad because he kicked Ronaldo out the team, or just guys who don't like United in general.
Wait,
I was not the kid
I'm not saying that Sancho is at the level of some of these young elite players. But let's see if we can look at things from his own perspective. Maybe Sancho really doesn't train well. There's some players that never train well, right? Some players you could try, but one thing I fault Sancho for is okay, you don't train well, you don't train hard. There's some players that think they don't need to train hard, right? And they show up, they cross that white line on Saturday and they score a hat-trick or they score
exactly
or they do something, right? Now, if you are that kind of player, I'm talking of someone like Eden Hazard,
Tevez.
No, but those guys are generational kind of talents, man.
I'm talking of elite players. Diego Maradona didn't like to train too. He hated training. He thought it was trash. He'd rather play with the ball. Anything without the ball is annoying to him. But Sancho's problem is he's not at those players' level. He thinks he's there. Well, he's not there. Because you can move with the ball, you can run with the ball, you can do some leg overs here or there. Doesn't mean that your application is effective on the field, right? And that's what he needs to get into his head. The people talking to him are his biggest problems, right? I think that's where the problem is. I think that's what the gap is. He sees himself as an elite or maybe as a world-class player because of what he did at Dortmund, but he doesn't know that, hey, I have to constantly improve and prove myself before I actually have more cheese in the bank, right? Or more cheddar in the bank. So now say, okay, guess what? I think I need to be treated differently or better.
No,
Right?
I mean, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
For Sancho, a young English, British guy, 23.
Mm-hmm.
What can he possibly get that's better for him than United?
He can go. That's what I was saying earlier. I don't know if you heard what I said. I think he needs to get out of United. United is not working for him. Like
what I'm saying is no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying for him, like if you're talking to most young guys, like most young guys that are British, they'll say, okay, like what's my dream? I want to play for
for
United,
Manchester United,
Chelsea, Liverpool, etc. Right? Yeah. So for him, I'm saying in his position, he's kind of messed up because he's messed it up because this is probably his best opportunity as a young British guy. You're playing for United, you have a chance to establish yourself. You know, because if he plays for United and he's scoring goals, he has to establish himself as an icon. You know what I mean?
But Chimere, you have to also ask the question: why was this guy? Why did he leave Man City? Is it because of the same attitude issue?
But it must have been.
Exactly, right. So there's kind of a pattern, right? So does this guy really need that? Does he think that limelight of going to that big club actually elevates his career? I don't think he thinks that way. I think he just believes he is the prize. He doesn't believe Man U is the prize. He believes he's the prize.
And I think for me, if you can get that credit when you win stuff or you've done it consistently. Right now, Sancho hasn't done anything to warrant that.
Yeah, I think he sees himself as the prize, and that's where because that's the gap between him and the coach, right?
Yeah.
The coach believes that, hey, young man, you should actually see Man U as the prize and work towards being better.
And that's what he was saying.
And then him Sancho is saying that no, hey, I came here as a superstar. I'm one of your highest earners. You can't do anything about me.
I think he's the highest earner. I think
he is the highest earner.
So guess what? He is the highest earner. Oh, that's even a fact, right?
I think it's 75.
No,
he's the highest earner.
He's looking at it like, I'm your highest earner. I should be the one, calling the shots at the club with you. I want to be the one to play where I want to play, right?
And that was the plan when they got him, for him to be the superstar of the team.
Yeah,
he was supposed to be the face. Yeah, he was supposed to be the face of Manchester United. Remember, Manchester United chased this guy for 2 seasons.
And even if you live in United, I dare Sancho. Sancho, I'm gonna say right now.
I think.
Hold on. Sancho, you're my guy. I dare you to go and be doing an interview with PS Morgan. That fraud needs to be inducted, man. If you do interview with PS Morgan.
Anyway, Abdullah, let's move on.
Because I want other people to
5 minutes on Sancho, man. Let's go to someone else.
Everybody to just if you have to talk about Sancho, just like 1 minute, Sancho. I want us to know.
1 minute on Sancho. Who is going to talk? Okay, let's give it.
Everybody is talking about it already. I just want people to just have
your input.
Blue Eyes, I need
Nana, Blue Eyes. If you guys haven't talked about Sancho, just
who is this guy? Modric for Ballon?
Nah,
is this K?
Go ahead.
Cool.
Oh my God.
Nah, I'd lie. To be honest,
man.
Go ahead.
Yo, NK, you go.
Nah, man. I'm just saying. Emmy said it best in his last point, man. There was players that didn't like to train. You know what I mean? Tevez for United is a prime example. He was an awful trainer, but if you perform and produce magic on the pitch, no one cares, bro.
NK, that's not the correct. That was a wrong perception about Tevez. What Tevez believed in was he believed in the old school philosophy where you preserve yourself for the game. Okay. So what that means is you don't push yourself.
Worked hard during the games, man.
Exactly. Thank you.
No, he was a dog in game. No, he was a dog.
Exactly.
In game.
No. That's what I'm saying. They sold him. The way they sold him is not entirely true. These are people who believe in old school philosophy. You preserve yourself. You don't drink. You don't smoke. You don't stay out late. You eat the right diet. You sleep well, and you don't push yourself excessively, especially physically in training. Okay, and then when you cross the white line, that's when you give everything. And if you look at when Tevez was playing, that's exactly what he did.
That's exactly what you did.
Let me ask a quick question.
Okay,
Tevez won the Premier League with Manchester City, did he?
Yeah, he did.
He did.
He did.
Yeah,
no, but remember, he clashed with Mancini.
Yeah, he did.
So he clashed with Mancini.
Because Mancini told him to come on against Bayern, he refused, and Mancini said, "Okay, you're not coming on to you're not playing again for Mancini until you apologize to me." So that's what I'm saying. You can't. Even a player like Tevez, who was a world-class player, if you go against the coach, you can't, it doesn't work out.
Remember David Beckham got a boot on his face,
and David Beckham was an icon.
Yeah, it was an icon of English football, right, at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
And
can't
I
go. No, I'm not saying that you can't go against the coach, but there's a way to go about it. I think the approach from what's his name?
Privately, you don't. Yeah, you don't call or cuss people out online. I
Yeah,
mean,
man. It's done. It's done. You know,
No,
Sancho's
I
career.
think Sancho and Manchester United, it's done.
It's
It's
done.
done.
oh
This
yeah,
is
yeah,
on.
yeah.
I think we
Listen,
can all agree.
lads,
We can all move on too.
I'm not a qualified pilot, but I'll take him to the airport myself. And even if I have to take the plane, I'd send him to the mountains of wherever. Send him to
Oh
Bolivia,
man,
South Africa, wherever.
you crash that plane, Tom.
Well, it's like his Man United career. It's been a car crash.
Yeah, it's been
There's
a
not going to be
car
much
crash.
difference.
If he leaves United like this, he's going to end up probably maybe like Zaha. He's going to go end up in a small club and he's going to be the big fish.
He's going to be
He'll go Europe. He'll go
somewhere else in Europe.
back.
Maybe
Yeah,
he'll go to a
Europe.
Lyon. Maybe he'll go to a Lyon kind of team. You know,
No,
maybe
that's still like
Marseille.
good.
Yeah, so
But
Lyon's a big club in France. Don't disrespect Lyon.
And now and let us quick talk on JD Sancho. Like my brother,
Let's move on now.
Sancho.
I'm saying move on as well,
Let's
man.
move on.
Yeah, let's
So,
move on.
guys,
I don't know why this Sancho
I have a
topic
Let's
is
question.
talk
a
about
big
Sancho,
deal.
man.
Guys,
I mean,
hold on.
It's been
guys,
45 minutes.
Yeah, 45 minutes enough. We're giving Sancho more than half of the show.
Let me come to you on this. Are we harsh? I call him the big man. Are we harsh? We can see. I have criticized players and manager because I want the best for the club in terms of.
You are going from Sancho to Marguire.
Relax,
Oh my
relax.
God.
Let me land. Let me land. I criticize players and managers because I believe they can do much better. But after criticism, I don't go far. I don't go above that. Going above that for me is a big issue. Sexual assault, I don't like that.
Fucking hell.
What's the show today about?
Oh my God.
Let me land. Your mother coming out and going out on social media and talking. That for me is a red flag on the club and on the players. Not just because the player is not on the level he's supposed to be, but the mother coming out for me is a red flag. And even on the club also too, it's a little bit okay, what's going on here? I'm not a big fan of Harry Marguire, but I can feel exactly what he's feeling because I've been in this situation before with racism and Chelsea fan base. I called out Mason Mount and I called out Lampard. Chelsea fans killed me with the racism word because I called out Lampard. I wanted him out because it did not meet the levels I want Chelsea to be. I was Lampard player as a young boy growing up. He's a legend of the club. But if you are being trashed as a manager, I'm going to criticize you because I believe there's level to Chelsea Football Club and the level have to be there season after season.
You have every
Standards.
Exactly. And if the standard is not there, I'm going to question you, the manager.
And Opanka has that level, Abby.
He has a walk up, so relax.
Is this about the Maguire criticism?
So for Maguire stuff, for me, you have been trash, Mr. Man. You've been trash. Whether we can dissect it, you have been trash. So we can criticize you, I agree. But going after criticism, going after that, my hand no there. I'm out of that. For me, I'm not going above that. That's way too much. Chimere, have we been too harsh on Harry Maguire, or the criticism you believe you worth it, or this fiasco? What the heck is going on with Man United?
I think it's worth it, but at the same time, it's not. If that makes sense, like because the reality is, man, he played bad. Like, there's no way we can't. You know what I mean? There's two. We could try to, the Twitter tacticals or whatever as they call it. We could try to analyze the structure of the team. We can do all that, do all this. But at the end of the day, like we can watch all the replays we want. But the reality is he's played bad. Like we can't sugarcoat it. Like he's been bad the past year and a half. He's just been poor. Like so when he's not performing, you have a right to say, bro, he's not performing. He's not playing well. But see, this is why I think it goes a little bit too far. It's like every time Marguire does something, you know what I mean? And he does anything, it's like United fans kind of moan. It's like, oh, you know what I mean? It's Marguire. Anytime Marguire even plays, it's like United fans are like, bro, why is this guy on the pitch? You know what I mean? And it's like, for me, you can see Marguire And the thing is, Marguire, man, when you first when you saw him at Leicester, you saw him at home. That guy was he was one of the best defenders in the Prem, like no doubt. Like he was a really good defender. Like, but you can see this guy is not this. It's just the confidence is gone from him, like completely. It's just not there. Like you can see even the way he touches the ball, like it's just not. He's not confident because he's just scared of making a mistake. He's terrified, because he just doesn't want to stick. So for me, I can feel for him in that aspect, but he's just not playing well. And part of being a professional in this generation is you're going to get criticism, especially from a big club like United, where you're not performing. Even a guy like Rashford, who's scoring goals every season, and has been, has actually been one of the few lights of this team for the past couple of years, gets criticism. You know what I mean? Bruno was getting criticism from fans, and he was getting like 20, 30 goal contributions a season, still getting criticized. So it's
get the likes of guys.
So it's gonna come when you play for United, but I just don't like how we kind of scapegoat one player because it's never one player in a team sport,
No,
it's never just one player who makes it's a team,
Team, yeah,
it's a team. So it's
when the mother is coming out to talk, that for me is way too much. He's like, hey, Chineke. My mama don't tell me those situations.
That's normal. Like nobody likes it doesn't matter who it is. Nobody likes to see their son.
I understand the mother's viewpoint, but it's like mother coming out and say, "I be you the mad. Why you abuse my son?"
I mean, she's doing what any mother would do. Nobody likes to see their son get criticized. That's mother. Like your mother always gonna think you're number one. You know what I mean?
Exactly, and she's gonna back you up
regardless of the situation. She's not seeing it from a fan's perspective. She's seeing it from a mother's perspective. So that's different. You know what I mean? Like, because fans are seeing you're just playing bad. She's seeing like that's my boy. Like why I don't like people talking to him harshly. Fans are just seeing you're not playing bad. So get off.
Even the mother always said, "I acknowledge the criticism. That's okay, but going above criticism, that's a big problem."
No, But see, this is what I would say. Like, I don't want to compare it to others because I don't want to say, oh, because we criticize this guy like this, Marguire should get the same. At the end of the day, I don't feel like you should go above and beyond criticizing anybody. Like, criticize them on the pitch, but don't go too far. Don't say, oh, like kill this dude or like whatever or go too far.
There's a line, yeah.
Yeah, just criticize his own because on the pitch he's been poor. There's no way to sugarcoat it. He hasn't played well.
Talk football, that's it. Yeah.
Because players went through it. Rashford goes through it. Papa went through it when he was here. Sterling went through it a lot. So it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen in sports where you play sports, man. Like you can be the best player in the world. Even Neymar's one of the best players in the world. He gets criticized. Like it's gonna happen. So
let me ask you, Mary. Marguire and security man in his first season in Chelsea.
Who?
Who is the worst? Bless me to Mike.
Marguire. Who?
Marguire and security man.
Who's that?
Who's that?
Well, that was Koulibaly.
Oh, Koulibaly. Oh.
The bouncer.
No. Actually, I'll say this. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Marguire's.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, let me change the topic, man. I don't know.
No, that was like 10 minutes ago, man. That was on Sancho, man.
Oh, it's on Sancho?
No, Abdullah, don't.
I agree for that now, to be honest, as well.
No, but
I feel like talking about the game today. That I'm talking about.
Yeah, we'll talk about
they lost.
Let's talk about what really is going on.
Exactly.
I think that's
we'll talk about United. Don't worry.
No. Can I?
My guy's story. Yeah.
Okay. Can I? Abdullah.
Lads, one at a time.
Guys,
Abdullah, can I make a comment on this Marguire?
Relax.
Can I make a comment about this Marguire?
Relax.
This guy's laughing.
Big Marguire. See, I've come out and said social
media. Yo, Abdul, you're foul, man.
But going above that,
you're tripping.
Tom.
Yeah, you are tripping.
You're tripping.
Big Mag.
What about him?
Give me your take on Big Mag. Are we too harsh on him, criticizing him? Or...
Put it this way. I'll put it as simplistically. He had a way out this summer. West Ham, Man United agreed a £30 million fee. Mm-hmm. He couldn't agree the terms of what he wanted with West Ham because he was greedy and he wanted a payoff. the rest of his wages.
Bag.
So
Which
this
bag?
sympathy,
Does he want the bag?
hold on.
Does he
This
want the
sympathy,
bag?
this sympathy that people have for him, he actually had a way out this summer. His mother wouldn't have put that tweet out if he was at West Ham right now.
Tom, it's called
simplistically,
money, man. It's called money.
Oh yeah, money. I've never known a player at any football club ask for a £10 million plus payoff at any level. Never. And he's trying to do it at the biggest club in Manchester United. So this sympathy that people have for him from now on. Listen, before he had the West Ham.
Hold on. I'm another Chelsea fan because Malang Sarr is a defender in Chelsea and he's still getting paid.
Malang Sarr and Harry Maguire is different now.
Continue.
Was different. Well, Malang Sarr didn't cost you a penny. This fraud cost us £80 million.
But continue.
Listen, you can make your little freebies from France or wherever. I don't know who we've bought here. It must be, listen, we talk about AI and droids and all this. I don't even know if this is a real picture of him. I mean, he's not even looking at the lens.
Oh no, you guys, stop. You guys can get clipped.
He's got every opportunity. He had every opportunity to take West Ham, take the reduced wages. You'd be playing week in, week out with David Moyes. The manager clearly wanted you, but you just wanted to stick around for what? Money. And if it's fueled by money, that's fine. But at the end of the day, when young up-and-coming centre-halves like Mark Gahey, for example, at Crystal Palace, show you up week in, week out, and if they end up making the Euro squad at the end of the year instead of you, who are you going to complain to, Harry? Your career's falling apart. I think you're falling apart as a person. Your mother's clearly on crack or something. I've never known somebody's mother come out like this. Listen. I'm going to keep it as real as it is. I'm keeping it as real as it is. When Marguire has the opportunity to leave and he doesn't take the option to leave, there's no sympathy. He's had an opportunity to do the right thing if he wanted to and leave the toxicity behind him. But he's not chosen to do it. Despite what? So it's out of what? Greed and money. And I don't respect people like that. In the same way that if this whole Sancho thing is going to pan out and he's going to stick around for till the end of the season just because he can earn the big bags at Manchester United week in, week out. Listen, I've heard this story before with a certain Alexis Sanchez. So it's nothing new to Manchester United fans. Listen, we've had it before, and at the end of the day, when you come in for a world record figure as a defender and you come to a big club like Manchester United, expect the heat. And what's that phrase again? If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen.
Yeah, if you can't handle the heat,
you had the chance to get out of the kitchen and you weren't crawling out there. You was given a way out by Manchester United. They agreed everything. They actually set everything up for you. So it is on him. And this sympathy and myth shouldn't exist because he's had the opportunity to get away from the toxicity of the club. And he chose not to, and it's come because of he wanted more money and he wanted greed. So it's greed over his career. And at the end of the day, I don't respect people like that, and they shouldn't be allowed to play football at this level. So he can sit in the stands, he can do whatever he wants, bitch, moan, cry, go to his mother. I don't care anymore. He's not an influential part of this team. The manager's not going to pick it. He's not. He would rather play Johnny Evans over Harry fucking Maguire. He would play a natural left back in Luke Shaw over Harry Maguire. This is how decayed this comes for this player.
Correct me if the last time I watched him play was in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. This is 2023.
Well,
Tom, did he play today?
Starting.
Tom, did he start? Did he play today?
He did start. No, Lindelof and Martinez played.
Lindelof and Martinez played today.
Oh, okay. So was he on the bench though?
I think he was, yeah.
This guy Abdul, man.
Abdul, you are sick. I know where Abdul is going to go.
This guy Abdul, man.
But look,
no.
You agree?
But Nana, Big Mag.
Nah, I don't care. No, I don't care.
Oh, okay. Can I say something in place of Nana?
I don't care.
Can I say something in place of Nana?
Go ahead.
Abdullah, yeah. So the thing is,
no filter. Remember,
give all these trolls, man. Give up, Duke.
Oh no. Chill. Let me say. No. What was making me laugh was when Tom said it might be AI. It might not be.
Artificial intelligence.
Oh my God!
Anyway, just quickly. Let me summarize what I'm trying to say.
Just wrap this
Number one, what I was going to say is, I think this is not the right time to actually criticize him, because I think it's still very, very early in the season. So I don't think it's the right time. Well, I don't think it's the right time to actually make a judgment on him. That's what I'm trying to say. You might analyze him and criticize him, but I don't think it's the right time to. Guys, hold on, Emmy, hold on. Guys, number one, so I can finish quickly. Let me quickly wrap up. Because the thing is, guys, hold on now.
Let him
Hold on. Because the thing is, either we like it or not, the reality is we're just 4 games into the season. So I think it's too early. This is not the right time. That's number one. Number two, the thing is, maybe you guys I've been saying this before, that in football these days, what I've come to realize and going about is we have a lot of coaches, but we don't have enough teachers anymore in the sports. This is something that is lacking in sports in general. That thing that you guys were making reference to, like, in the 80s and the 90s, in old school, that's because they had a lot of teachers then. Okay, not just the guys doing the coaching and doing the, whatever. Because the thing is, the two guys, hold on, Emmy. The two guys we picked on, the two subjects we picked on so far, Sancho and Marguire. Okay, if we had teachers and if they had the right teachers, it's something that can be easily resolved. Let me give you an example. Okay, in the days when I was coming through, when a player is seen to lack confidence in what he's doing, okay, what you have to do to that player is you simplify his game for him. So for example, somebody like Marguire, all you need to tell him is like, look, once you have the ball at your feet, just kick it away. Just kick it away. Okay, and you will have. Let me finish. One voice, please. I'm trying to talk quickly so that I can finish my summation.
Before you finish.
No, hold on. I'm just giving you an example.
I really have a question. Oh
my God. See. So you have to. What I'm trying to say is the coach will simplify his game for him, and then you have his teammates also helping him out. So you find somebody standing next to him who is like maybe the other center back. Okay.
So he's a liability. He's a liability. Just say what it is.
No. I'm just saying this because this Marguire, as you said earlier, Tom, this Marguire was actually one of the best defender in the league. No, somebody said it. He was one of the best defender in the league when he was at Leicester. Okay, so suddenly, he can't just. I mean, this guy played for England. Suddenly, this guy doesn't know where to face when he has the ball anymore.
Yeah, but come on, Abdul. You have Harry Maguire and you have John Stones as a backline partnership for England. Yeah. The comparables are not there. John Stones could play in midfield for England, and he'd probably do a better job than maybe Calvin Phillips would, who's one of England's regular midfielders. Harry Maguire is a one-dimensional player. He wants to play as a left-sided centre-back. Erik Ten Hagg already designated and said, you will never be a left-sided centre-back at Manchester United because you don't have the passing angles and you're not left-footed. Therefore, you won't play that position.
But
and that's Harry Maguire's best position to play.
I want other guys to go to, but I wanted to
Okay.
Yeah.
So
you said something I want to recruit, and I'm going to say it right now. I'm too. As a human being, when there's too much sugar in your body, it's difficult for you to move and to be flexible. Harry Maguire has consumed too much sugar.
What are you saying?
Let me finish. It's consumed too much sugar. We're expecting to do what the footballer should be doing. That's a negative. That's a red flag.
I expect it. And another thing is the reason why I made reference to we don't have enough teachers anymore. Look at how the approach Rudiger took. Okay, he just didn't give a damn anymore. He just focused on what he wanted to do and only what he wanted to do.
That's because he's from Freetown. He's from Sierra Leone.
That is what I'm saying. Where did he get this wisdom from?
Grew up in
What
England, where there's
that is
no-
what I
where
am
there's no-
saying. That is what I'm saying, Emmy. That is what I am
when there's
saying.
need, you need to drive.
Hold on,
Can
Emmy.
we
That is
talk
what
about
I'm
the
saying.
game? Can we
Let's talk
the
about the
game?
game.
Yeah, let's
Anyway,
move
move
on. Let's
on.
get
Talk about
football,
football.
man.
Listen,
Guys,
let's get
Talk about United losing.
I
I
get
know,
your point.
lads,
Your point is valid. Your point is valid.
we could be here for 2 hours talking about Man United statements and players.
Yeah.
I am fed up.
Let's
There's about 4 or
I agree
5.
with you.
Guys, wait. Now let's talk
And
about
we
the
don't
game.
have a lot of teachers.
Wait.
Come on, yeah.
Abdullah, why are we talking about you, Maguire, when Manchester United lost? Did he play?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Did he play?
Guys, hold on.
Like you're going from old school to new school.
Relax.
Let's
I'm
go
trying
new
to
school.
This guy didn't even play 1 minute. So why are we talking about him?
Relax.
Okay, wait.
I
Why
want
is
the Marquis
Modric
to
to Ballon d'Or first? What's Modric doing?
I'm gonna come to Chimere, but before Tom. I watched the United match today, and what I watched today, for me, if I'm a club like Burnley, Sheffield United or Co, I'm gonna be happy to play United now.
No, you won't be because
Wait. Relax, I mean, because the way this team is being structured is catastrophe over catastrophe, and that does not make any sense because if one of your most creative player in Bruno Fernandes is playing right central back, there is a problem. If he's playing as a right wing, there is a problem because now
Abdullahi, he said it this way. Only Bruno Fernandes really cared today about tracking runners.
Yes,
and
the problem
I think that's what we should just don't forget.
The problem is for me, Manchester United have lost their identity as a club, and it needs to be found. And if that is not being found, Erik Ten Hag, the Glazers, and even the players will be in serious trouble because you've lost back-to-back matches now. Now, if you get circumcised or reconstructed on Tuesday at the Champions League match,
did you just say what? Abdullah.
Let me finish. If you get reconstructed at Munich on Tuesday, it's over. You play Burnley on Saturday. That one is an easy win. If you get beaten,
that's what you.
What did you say?
That's what you think.
What did you say? What did you say?
Burnley is on Saturday. Manchester United must
wait. I'm like, what did you say?
Against Burnley. If Burnley beat United on Saturday, just liquidate the club. That's it.
Let me hear what Chimere thinks about the game.
Well, Abdullah, let me ask you a question. In fact, Abdullah, what do you think watching this game? What do you think the biggest problem was? Just your opinion.
For me, the biggest problem for me is the mentality.
The mentality.
Yeah.
I'm talking from my team. Like, what do you think the issue with the team was? Just from your point.
From my point, I think for me, looking at this team on like last season, you guys have lost the identity. And what I mean by identity is when I see a team play, I see the style of play, I see what the manager tells the player to do. And when the player gets into the play, they do exactly what the manager want them to do. In this scenario, United they have lost the entire identity. When the manager is telling them, go press, I'm only seeing one player pressing, which is Bruno Fernandes. The rest of them are not doing anything. I'm like, hold on a minute. Is it 11 player playing football or just one player? That's to say, losing an identity.
So you say pressing is an issue?
You say what?
So you say pressing is one of the main issues?
No, not even pressing. The identity is not there. I know United identity. Sit back, hit him on the counter, game over. Let's move on. United is not a possession team.
So people. So let me first before I get into the game. See, when people are talking about why Ten Hag won a Mount, you're seeing it with one of this game because one, the pressing was poor, and what's one of Mount's strengths? Was one of his ideas. He's great at recovering the ball in the midfield, and he's better technically than Fred. So that's what I'm saying. So when people say, "Oh, Mount doesn't make sense," or "What did Ten Hag got him?" You can clearly see there's a reason why he wanted him, and you can see the way Casemiro played today. You can see why he wanted Amrabat. So you can see those sense and those signings, but forget that. But as far as the game, was concerned, to be honest with you, man, the first 20 minutes was good. We played well.
Yep.
The first 20 minutes were good, but then after, this is the issue when you play a team like Brighton, you have to score first is crucial, because because going 1-0 down against them is hard to come back from, because they're so good at keeping the ball. They try to sucker you into press them, and then once you press them, they find the right man to pass it to. That's how they get free angles, have runners coming in. That's how they score and they sucker you in. And now once we started chasing the game, that was a problem for us. I knew once Brighton scored, I knew it was going to be an issue for us to get back in the game. Because one, we don't have the midfield or the players to press adequately to win the ball back. We don't have guys who have the mobility to even chase runners. Casemiro's mobility isn't there to chase runners. Eriksen is not a defensive minded player, so he's been playing attacking midfield his whole career. So he doesn't have the defensive instincts to track runners. Bruno was the only one who was doing it, from midfield. So it's not there. You know what I mean? So it worked for the first 20 minutes, but it's just the team is not the kind of team that we should have played against Brighton. We don't have those players. Mount is a guy that I think would have performed well in this kind of match. Amrabat, I think, would have been a better solution than Casemiro in this kind of match.
Huh?
You're like,
Mount?
man, in this match, yes.
No,
Against Brighton, yes.
Mount should just be running around.
No, Emmy. For this match, Mount, for this match, when you need somebody to press, track runners.
No.
This is the kind of match
Let me tell you what you
forward.
needed in this match. You needed Amrabat. You needed someone to control the midfield and slow Brighton down. Whenever
No,
they
it's not even
press,
about. It's not even. No, Emmy. It's not even about midfield. If you watched keeping the ball wasn't the issue. We didn't get the ball from them when they had it. That was the problem.
That's what I'm saying. What do you? Okay, so when your opponent keeps the ball more than you, right? If you keep chasing the ball all around, they'll keep knocking the ball all around you. What you need to do is when you get the ball, you actually make them chase the ball too.
No, but
when you make them chase the ball for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, like what the build up to their second goal, right? That they had about 30 passes where you guys did not even touch the ball. That's what you need to do. You need a controller in that midfield. The problem of Manchester United
wasn't the issue today.
You guys don't have a controller. Who controls the ball?
That's not the issue today. That wasn't the problem today.
No, today I'm talking about today.
The ball. We kept it well. Who kept the ball for you guys today?
Issue.
It was off the ball that was the problem. It wasn't on the ball.
You
guys kept the ball when we had it. It was off the
issue. Let me just tell you this. A good start, right? Outside of Manchester City, since De Zerbi took over from Potter last season, only Manchester City has more ball possession than Brighton in the entire league. The average. Let me just tell you, the average 62% possession in every match since De Zerbi took over. They have the most shots ever. They have number one in shots in the Premier League since he took over. They've taken almost 600 shots since he took over. They are number one. They are more than one.
We had more shots than them today. They only had about 5 shots the whole match. They scored 3 goals.
They scored 3 goals, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Today it wasn't about we did. The issue wasn't about
No, but Brighton, they controlled the game. That's what I'm saying. They controlled the game better than you guys.
They controlled it. They controlled it because they played their way, and they suckered us in.
They have an identity. They have
the Manchester United way? At least Ten Hag has been here for 1 year.
No, but it wasn't this kind of game. But what I saw in the match, it wasn't this kind of, because of the scoreline. Everybody's saying, "Oh, Brighton was."
They outplayed you guys. It wasn't that kind of match.
If you watched
it's not a joke. Chimere, did they outplay you guys? Yes or no?
They outplayed us, but Emmy, it wasn't this. It wasn't that kind of the way you say it. It wasn't like that. The match. It wasn't because we didn't keep the ball well. We had our chances in this match. The issue was we were poor defensively.
You were not poor. You were not poor defensively. We were poor. Wait. Let me just say this, Abdullah. You were not just poor defensively. It felt like your team did not even care about showing up today at home.
No, I don't think so. Because Emmy, let me ask you.
I think that was the last
period.
You guys can disagree with me on this, but I also think I have a problem with Marcus Rashford.
About this?
The reason is because,
let's hear him.
The reason is because I know he's a talented player, but Rashford lack what is called basic decision making. He like that.
You hate that, Abdullah. Abdullah hates that. Land, Abdullah, land.
Wait. Because
Abdullah, land.
Rashford, I know very well, has a problem when it comes to decision making, because when the player doesn't understand, I need to know when to pass and when to shoot. I have a problem with that. When you get into certain positioning, you need to understand Do I need to shoot, or am I comfortable shooting, or just laying up the ball to my partner beside me so he can score? Or do I want to be shooting today match? He had 4 chances. The same place he was shooting. And you know what the Sebi said? He just said, Louis Dunk, that shot, just keep blocking it. Whenever I play that shot, don't block it. 4 good shots. I'm like, use your brain. Must you shoot every time? Must you?
No,
just pass the ball.
I don't necessarily think it's poor decision making. I just think he's predictable. As I said previously when we were discussing about Sancho, the only time that I've ever seen a player in Manchester United's first team take the ball to the byline was today, and he actually took the ball out of play and it didn't contribute to the goal for Højlund. That was the only time I've ever seen a United player this season, and correct me if I'm wrong, probably even going as far back as last season, where a player's actually taking the ball to the byline. We know with Marcus Rashford, his game revolves around run on the wing, run direct at somebody, cut inside on his right foot and have a shot. That's it. That is Marcus Rashford's game. And as you exactly said, you stick a big bully defender like a Lewis Dunk, a Saliba, or whoever you want in front of the ball for a whole 90 minutes. That's all he's going to do. And if you take him into the box, right, just push him onto the outside. Put him onto his left foot and he's not going to do anything. Because the lad doesn't know how to take the ball to the byline. It's as simple as that. And as I said before, we have young players, Garnacho, Palestra, who will take the ball to the byline because do you know why? This is what they've been doing for the youth team week in, week out. And that's what they know. They don't know the side of, say, what Marcus Rashford does where it's cut inside and have a shot and all this. They don't know that.
That's
not their game.
Very, very
That's the thing. And that's why I say it's not decision-making for Marcus Rashford. Yes, he could probably learn to pass the ball better. Yes, he can probably cross the ball to the area a bit. But he's only just working with a proper number 9. Someone of a similar sort of ability and age of him in Højlund. He's working with a proper number 9 for now. That's the only time that he's ever had that sort of skilled player to work with. But in saying that, even in the positions that he takes up on the actual field, the decision-making, you can say it for what it is. But some players are born with brilliant decision-making. We know this, and some of them will be team players and everything. But Marcus Rashford isn't going to be a team player. He burst onto the scene as a young player because he scored what? Goals. And unless Marcus Rashford gets onto the score sheet week in, week out, it's very rare that anybody ever hypes up his name. It's very rare. If he would have scored today, all we would have talked about is the goal. That's it. And likewise, in the other games previously from last season, anybody on this panel, all anybody would say about Marcus Rashford from last season was he had a brilliant scoring season. That's it.
But last season,
we wouldn't talk about anything else.
Remember, as I said, I'm a little bit questioning his decision making because I say that because as a player, to elevate yourself high and put yourself high up there, you have to have a better decision making. I don't know you want to score goals, but you still have to have this footballing IQ. But
you need a 3, and I'm going to say it is this: you need 3 attacking players that are going to work with the same mindset, and we only have 2 right now, and that's Højlund and Marcus Rashford. Because if I'm honest, the link-up play, as we saw with the actual goal that Højlund scored, which was disallowed, there was a connection there. Yeah. He knew where Højlund was going to be running at the near post. He knew where the player was going to be. That's what you call a team unit cohesion. But Manchester United, we had a brilliant front 3 about 3-4 years ago. It was young, it was vibrant, and you know what? It was probably the future. One of them's a candy floss of a player in Martial, and Mason Greenwood's been sent off to Spain. That's it. But the problem with us is we now have that void on the right-hand side. And if I'm being honest, we had Anthony for all of last season. If we're being honest with what's going on, you could see in that interview, he's an emotional wreck. He's in no state fit to be in any sort of employment right now while the allegations are going on. We know the situation with Jadon Sancho. The thing that I don't get with with what people were saying anyway about Fernandes is, well, predominantly today, he was a right winger, is what many people were saying.
I saw him at the rest center back. I'm like, what is
predominantly that's what everybody was thinking when they saw the lineup. He's going to play on the right wing, which he has done before. It's not his natural position, but he can do a job. But he's not a naturally suited right winger, and this is where the disrespect comes in. And you know something? if you had a young player like, for example, one of our youngsters, Palestri, for example, or if Ahmad wasn't injured right now, if I was one of them two and they put a statement out, do you know what? They might actually have some weight to it. Because when you have two of the naturally right-sided players not available for whatever circumstances, and you as a young player have busted your ass off, and clearly the manager likes you, otherwise you would have been sent out on loan, why have you not given them the opportunity? Why? There's no consistency.
Poch will play Chilwell, though.
Poch would. Listen.
Nana, your mic.
Yeah, who's?
Do you just say the Louis Vuitton of Chelsea? Is that what you say? Or nothing?
No, I said Poch will play Chilwell, though. Sorry, go ahead.
No, but Abdullah, let me. Well, before I get back to the game, this is what I say about Rashford. Like, we know Rashford grew up as a striker, so he has that shoot first mentality, and this is what we have to understand. Like, we got to understand, like, Rashford isn't the first inverted winger to have a shoot first mentality. You know,
true.
And remember, we have to remember he's just 25. This might not be the player he is at the end of his career. We have to remember when Salah first burst into the scene, one of his weaknesses, one of the criticisms he had, one of the few ones he had was he was too selfish. Yeah. He was selfish. He tried to shoot first. Now look at him. He's getting 3 assists in a match. So we can't act like Rashford can't evolve once he gets an actual number 9 next to him. You know, he hasn't played with a number 9. Most of the time, it's been you're the main guy we look forward to, because you have to look. If you look for the past 4 or 5 seasons, when you look at wingers. If you look at overall goal contributions, Rashford is up there with the best of them. If you want to talk about Saka, Vinicius, Neymar's, all these guys, Salah's, Rashford is up there. When it comes to goal contributions, tallies, he's up there with them.
Stats,
stat-wise, like what other? Saka's not getting 17 goals in the Premier League with 7 assists. You know,
but the difference though, like you're saying to me, who say Saka is, he's going to contribute more for the team, whereas Rashford, as I said before, if Rashford doesn't score, nobody really talks about him.
I think you guys are being kind, man. I think you guys are being kind.
That's been one of my SES.
I think Rashford, if you just want to say it, he's a very limited player, man. If he's not scoring, he's very, very, very limited.
This is what I mean. If he doesn't score, nobody talks about him.
The thing is, for me, I can't say that either because when it comes to our team, his assist tallies have been high too. So it's hard for me to say he's limited because if he's that limited as a player, what does that say about our team? Our team is
but assists. I don't know. I don't think assists are the be all and end all. I think overall, I'm not just talking about. I'm not just talking about goals and assists. His overall game in terms of his influence. His overall game and his influence on the team is limited.
Are you sure?
It's good to diet.
Okay, so but you know who Rashford? Do you know who I compare Rashford to? Like when they're both at their best, I compare him to like a Son kind of player. If you want
Son is more gifted than Rashford. Though.
That's I want to quickly. I want that guy.
Son is a more rounded player than Marcus Rashford.
How? Does he
contribute
defensively?
He can of course, Son presses the ball. Son wins the ball too. He does win the ball.
I think Son overall is a better player than Rashford.
Yeah, Son overall is a better player than Marcus Rashford. I think that's
IQ, dribbling IQ.
Even ball playing ability, right? He's
he's not ball playing ability.
Those passes that he picks up for
let me ask you a question. So you're telling me Son who was playing with Harry Kane, what are most of Son's goals? Well, off of counter attacks and long shots.
Has Rashford got over 100 Premier League goals?
No, he's not counter attack and long shots though. That's the kind of so hold on. Is Son going to change how Tottenham plays because he has to? Unfortunately, he's playing for a team that plays counter-attacking football.
Okay,
right?
so then why does Rashford get the same criticism?
So how come Rashford? Wait, hold on. Does Manchester United play counter-attacking football?
Yes, that's one of our. Emmy, what is one of our biggest strengths? Transition football.
I will give comment to.
I'm shocked that you don't think that.
Guys, let me give comment.
Abdullah, it's late.
Lads. We're getting sidetracked. Let's go to the game.
I want people to talk.
Abdullah, it's too late here for comment, man. We've got a lot to talk about.
No,
NK,
your comment will also talk. Don't worry.
Emmy, have you not seen the game?
Other people can. I want other guys to also chip in too. to finish up your point.
Hmm?
Chimere, finish up your point. I want other
Yeah,
people
Chimere,
to
go.
No, I was
Finish what you're
telling
saying.
Emmy, like I was telling Emmy, have we not? Let's talk about Rashford because we keep saying, okay, let's talk about Rashford. You look at all the games. How many games has he scored based off individual abilities? Against Arsenal, he was there. Liverpool, he was there. Chelsea, he was there. Tottenham, he was there. In the big match, PSG, who was there? Rashford, who scored off an individual goal to beat PSG. Away, Rashford, who's been the one in all the games to score something out of nothing? Rashford. So why are we so I don't get, you know what I mean? For me, Rashford has his faults, and I've always criticized decision making, but like I think it's like we have to look at him compared to other wingers and look at what he's achieved. Like Rashford has achieved a lot when it comes to football. Look against, like I said, against Man City. Who was the one who scored and saved us? Rashford. PSG, like I said, Rashford. Liverpool. Who's the one who steps up and scored the goals to save us when it comes to Liverpool? Rashford. Who's against Arsenal? Who kills Arsenal all the time? Rashford. So if this guy's the one stepping up in all the big games, scoring goals out of nothing, been the one helping the team when other players are doing nothing. How can I look at him and say he's detrimental to the team? Because if you look at for the past 5+ years, look at all the big games we played. Who's been the one to step up? Rashford. Most of them, it's been him. It's been him against Barca away. Who was the one who stepped up in the first leg? As soon as Barca scored, who was the one who scored immediately to reply?
Yeah. Do you know the thing is though? It's concerning that Man United have spent 150 million pounds on two wingers in Sancho and Anthony, and you have a young player who's bursted through like Marcus Rashford, and the difference isn't compatible.
That calculation is wrong.
Embarrassing.
That calculation is wrong, Tom.
How is it? How is it wrong?
You spend 100 million on Brazilians,
100 million euros, and we spent
100 million on Brazilian.
No, we spent 200 million on right wingers, and we don't have a right wing.
And those were all Ten Hag players too. That he
no, they
wanted
weren't.
too, right?
Get your mic.
Well, Sancho wasn't. Don't try that, man. Don't try that.
NK, can you please explain to me why?
I will come to you. Don't worry. I will come to you. Mute your mic. Nana, Manchester United, they lost the game to Brighton.
Embarrassing, bro. Embarrassing. If only they had a certain number.
Nana, talk over him.
Yeah, let me know if my mic is funny. I don't know if my mic's
fine.
good.
The mic is fine. It's good.
Yeah, it's fine now. It was a bit echoey
before.
Yeah,
I was hearing myself 4 times.
Sorry. You echoing now. You echoing, bro.
Are you on? Can you guys hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Emmy, stop using Latin for everything. I always tell you.
It's not me, oh.
Is it you?
I think it was NK.
Yeah, I think it was NK. I can't hear it now.
Go ahead, let me come to you. Go ahead. You've been because I want Blast to talk to you, but go ahead. Man United lost today against Brighton.
Are we really surprised after that they lost today?
Vilton, relax. Your team has not played. Relax.
Vilton, your name is not Guled, man. Come on.
Guled, go. United lost today again. Like I said, they lost against Arsenal. Today, the match I watched today for me, United lack identity.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh yeah, AK is back.
They lack so. I'll come to NK before I come to Guled because the match I watched today for me, Manchester United lack identity. And if I'm seeing only Bruno Fernandes pressing and the rest are just walking, I have a problem. Because how will they play only one player out of 11 or 20 players in that pitch? Only him is pressing and the rest are just walking. I'm like, what is going on here?
When do they play Bayern? Is it Tuesday or Wednesday?
They're gonna go reconstructed.
Look at this Vilton guy.
Is it Wednesday or Tuesday?
Tuesday.
I'm gonna be at work. I'm gonna be at work, man.
We'll be here. Nana?
Yeah. Yeah, I watched this game actually, so I feel like
Chelsea's tomorrow, by the way.
Okay, thank you. Now, here's the thing with the United game, because I didn't think initially at the start of the game they didn't play that badly. I thought it was even, but
it was even when Brighton are missing 6 key players.
Oh, let him land, man.
Yo,
let him land. Let him land.
I thought it was quite even, but my issue with United is that I don't really remember any chances they had. I remember Højlund scored, right? But the ball was off. Aside from that, I don't really remember any any chances that United created. That's the first thing. And then secondly, it was the lack of resistance for certain moves, if you get what I mean. So the Brighton's first goal was a passing move down the right-hand side. And then, midfielders weren't tracking their runners, like Chimere said before, which is becoming a pattern. And Danny Welbeck scores the goal. And then the second goal was another passing move, if I'm not wrong. And that was a long one. That was probably Brian were passing it for like a minute. Minute or so, and then eventually gets to Gross, and he places it. Lovely finish, to be fair, lovely finish, in the corner. So I'm like, United, United, who are supposed to be like, I always say they're supposed to be a great transition team. This would have been the perfect. To be fair, they conceded first, but this would have been the perfect game to show, United are a transition side, because West Ham did that against Brighton. And Brian didn't want to defend that game. Am I lying or
no?
West Ham were killing these guys on the counter, yeah. And I just see United, and I don't know, it's a lack of ideas. And I hear the injuries, but Brighton, before Wilton was going to interrupt, let me finish. Brighton weren't playing with Solly March or Estepinian, and Ever Ferguson started on the bench. I think he was carrying an injury or something, because he didn't play for Ireland either. So they were missing players as well. But
six key players.
Yeah. So the lack of resistance in the midfield in this game. Yeah,
it's embarrassing.
And Amrabat might help out with that issue, but I just feel like there was no resistance in the midfield.
Mount.
Mount too. I just feel like there was no resistance in the midfield.
Bro,
and I didn't think United didn't look like they were going to score. To be honest with you, that's the thing that was worrying me.
They did score though.
Huh?
They did score though.
It was offside. No, sorry. The ball was out. Sorry, I forgot. Medri. Sorry. Let me also get to this, right? Because outside, that was a Medri long shot that I think the goalkeeper should have done by on. It was still a great goal. But aside from that, it didn't look like United were going to score a goal, man.
It's embarrassing.
It didn't look like they were going to this Wilson guy.
No, but
it didn't look like they were going to score a goal, and it's just concerning because I've been
very
told so
concerning.
much. I've been told so much about this Ten Hag guy, and I believe him. But
let him talk.
No, I believe him. But there's no. I don't see anything with United playing, and the thing is, for United fans as well, I'm not saying Chimere or Tom are like this. You're gonna have to get to a point where you have to start being honest, because the Wolves game you probably should have lost. Tottenham goes both ways. You lost the game. Arsenal, you were sticking in there, but really and truly, they were in control of the game. And we're pushing on late in it. I get it. Garnacho was marginally offside.
Offside is black and white, bro.
Yeah. And then Brighton, I don't think any United fan can complain. They should have lost. So it's a pattern where it's starting to get concerning for me. But
Bayern on Tuesday.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
It's very tough. I've always said this guy.
No, but okay. You say where the goal's gonna come from. Okay, let me ask you a question on that.
I didn't say where the goals are gonna come from. I just said that it didn't look like you guys were gonna score.
That's what I'm headed to.
Yeah,
so if you look on the pitch, well, really, where are the goals gonna come from?
Marcus Rashford.
That's to be Rashford and Højlund, no?
Hey, but Højlund got subbed off.
Bruno was scoring. Was GNA, Mr. GNA?
Oh, Bruno.
Yeah, he was Mr. You know what? I'll say it as well. Sorry to cut you off, Shimri. Bruno went miss. It's not entirely his fault. I'm not saying that, but Bruno was very quieter than usual this game. He didn't have his normal impact on the game. When
he was working harder defensively.
Yeah, because normally when we're watching a United
game, finally working hard defensively.
Yeah, when we're watching a United game, guys, we're normally seeing Bruno, whether he's good or bad, you're seeing him in the game, actively trying to put his stamp on the game. I did not see him this game. Did not see him this game at all.
Maybe that was
So
instruction. Maybe the coach told him to sit back more defensively because
and
Brighton are a possession-based team.
Yeah,
I hear it, but my issue is a guy like Bruno. If United are going to win the game, we need to see that guy. We need to see that
indeed.
guy.
We do.
Yeah. So for me, I'm not one to come because I'm focusing on Chelsea. I'm not one to say, this guy, but it's looking very interesting in United. I'd
No,
like
it's gonna be. It might end up being a long season, but when I think about it, when I think about it, and when I actually think about it, deep dive it, we have players coming back. Like Abdul says, a lot. It's still early in the season, so
it's
we do kind of have to, we do kind of have to relax a little bit still.
But I don't think Ten Hag is the guy, Chimmer. I don't think
because we do have players coming back, bro. Wilton, just mute your mic, man.
Ten Hag is the guy, bro. I told you, bro. With the moment you let my guy Ororo out of the team, you think this
guy?
Bro, Ronaldo was trash, dude. But back to
be quiet.
Like I say, but that's what I say. Like it's still like Abdul says, it's still early in the season. We have players coming back from injury. You know what I mean? As a fan, when you see your team play poorly, it does get annoying when you see the same mistakes being made again and again. Yeah. But I always have to remind myself, and I have to think back, man, like it's still early. Ten Hag has shown when he showed us last year he can adjust, that he can get the team.
No, but except last year, the team is different. It's different because last year the team that you're competing with were garbage. Liverpool are good this season. Tottenham are good this season. They were
so you know that based off of 5 games.
Yes,
Tottenham are going nowhere.
Tottenham have been playing good this season. Brighton,
but that's
because last season you got away with it. A bunch of bump Chelsea. Chelsea were garbage.
This guy.
Liverpool were garbage. Let's keep it real though. Let's keep it real though.
How do you know Tottenham was
when that honeymoon finished? You go back to which one?
Tottenham have been playing well.
But so far, but like like I said, it's been 5 games and we don't know if they'll sustain that.
Bro, you play like 3-4 games a week.
If I want to put money on a club to go far, it's gonna be Man United.
Bro, I'm not saying Tottenham's gonna win the league, but I'm saying they're gonna do well in the league because they only
I don't think so.
I do know because they're not even in the FA Cup.
No, but
they're playing 1 game a week, bro.
I need to see Tottenham
relax.
They're playing 1 game a week, Timmer. You have Champions League to worry about. You have FA Cup. You have Carabao Cup to worry about. You know I'm right, Chimeri. Last season Liverpool was dog shit, bro. That's the reason why you got top 4. That's why you got top 4. That's why you got top 4, Chimeri. Because Liverpool were so bad that you got top 4. And Spurs were really bad too last year.
Wilton, you brought your this year.
You
brought your Gullet talk, Joe.
Wilton is sick, man.
No, be quiet.
Spurs win the league.
Go ahead.
Go on, Jerry. My Somalia brother.
I don't think he's here, man.
Go ahead.
He's here.
Go ahead, brother.
He's here, but maybe his mic is talking.
No, he's here. He's here. He's just.
Go ahead. Can you hear us?
Go ahead. We can't hear you if you are talking.
Go ahead. Please stop.
Gullet say he doesn't want to talk. Gullet say he doesn't want to talk too much because Chelsea might lose.
Thank you. Wilton always talks with agenda.
Stop copying Emmy. You see, sometimes when Emmy come onto the stream,
Abdullah, Gullet just text Abdullah.
Magic from where they're like, Bajo, 50 naira, 100 naira, 200 naira.
Abdullah, Gullet just put in the private chat that he doesn't want to talk to United because he's afraid of what's going to happen to Chelsea tomorrow.
Yo, you might have to block this guy, Wilton.
Can I talk about the Man U game, please?
No,
what's going on with this guy.
Abdullah, Stephen wanted to ask me something.
Is Gullet speaking because I can't hear him though?
No, I can't hear him.
I can't hear him too.
Chimeri, look. I know it's only 5 games into the season, but bro, look. On paper though, no. Look, you have to. I mean, what Wilson was saying about Tottenham. I mean, look. I know it's 5 games to the season, but come on, you have to admit they're cooking something, especially Liverpool.
And they're playing 1 game a week too, bro. 1 game a week.
What is it? What does that mean?
Okay, well, that's different from Liverpool though. Liverpool are in Europa League. Tottenham nowhere near Europe.
But Liverpool, like, see, didn't Liverpool start off well in 2021 when they finished 4th? I'm saying, bro, we can't. We gotta stop.
Yeah, but they're
understand.
still
It doesn't
finishing
work
the
that
top
way,
four.
man.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah,
No,
But teams like Tottenham,
but this is a
Brighton,
different season, though. This is a
and
different
Liverpool
season.
got better this season. United got worse.
How do you know that? You don't know that, bro.
I do know that. You guys are
It's
trash.
too early.
Bro, you guys have been
Yeah.
dog shit, bro.
It's too
Usually you
Yeah,
guys play. Usually, right?
No, but Wilson.
Usually, no. Let's be real, right? Let's be real. Last season, right?
Wilson.
Right? Let's keep it with United.
Wilson.
United
Emmy,
away
break
from
down
home.
the game. Emmy,
United
break down the game.
away from home.
Break down the game.
Away
Wilson,
from home.
at least
Can you
Wilson.
mute Wilton? Wilton is on
Do you
something.
this Wilton guy?
Wilson. At least
Wilton is an agenda
United
man,
have a
man.
better
Yeah.
squad than
This
Chelsea.
one.
At least United have a better squad
Gullet.
than Chelsea.
Are you there now?
Nah, we can't hear him, man. I can't hear
Yeah,
him.
can I
Let
talk
me
about
go,
the game?
man.
I
Let
can't
me
hear.
go,
Go out
let
and
me
come.
go.
Go out.
Come
Go out
on. Who is this?
Yo, let
today?
me go, man.
Let Blue Eyes go, please. Let Blue Eyes go. Guy was stressed.
Oh,
Blue
this
Eyes.
guy.
Man, yo,
Blue Eyes, my chairman. United lost today again.
Yeah. yes.
Hey, Blue Eyes.
What's up,
Big up,
man?
big up,
What's
big
Big
up.
up, big up, big up, everyone, man.
I know.
Yo,
Blue Eyes, before you speak, hold on. The
somebody
community has
needs to mute
spoken.
their mic, though. I
Wait,
hear
before you
vibrations.
spoke,
Sorry,
community
go
has
ahead.
spoken about you, and they said they kind of love your big village language you use. So this is what we're gonna do.
Who? What are you
Possibly
talking
next
about?
month. I said the community has spoken, and they said they appreciate your big analysis when it comes to football stuff. So they asked me to give you a gift.
I'll be like,
but
can we please talk about this?
right now, we'll talk about that later. We'll go ahead.
No, but
Which community? You and who they do community? Jump and pass.
Blue Eyes.
Which kind of community? Australian only community. Yeah?
Blue Eyes, let me ask you a question.
Blue Eyes, before you go, Blue Eyes.
Hold on.
Oh, this
wanna say
guy,
something.
man.
I want to say something though, really quick.
Mhm.
I have to talk about Sancho.
Wait.
Yeah.
Blue Eyes,
Listen.
Blue Eyes. Before you go to United game, do you think they're struggling because Mason Mount is not
Wait,
playing?
I want to say
bro,
something here.
Don't
Really
even
quick,
bring that
really quick.
snake's name up. Don't
Listen,
even.
you know when you go to that dance hall basement party,
They need
for
Mason
those,
Mount,
if you guys know those dance hall parties, and you tell the DJ to beat it up and come back again, we have to rewind it and bring it back to Sancho.
Nah, Mason Mount.
You see
Mason
this
Mount.
game today is poetic justice for Sancho.
Oh my goodness.
And Mason Mount. Mason Mount too,
No,
Blue
it's
Eyes.
not about
Wilton,
Mason
bro,
Mount,
let this
it's
guy
poetic
speak.
justice for Sancho.
Wilton, agenda guy.
Get him talk.
Can I just say something?
Go ahead.
Personally, and this might be too much of a high jump, right?
Mhm.
But I don't think this guy is up to par. Tenn Hagg, man. I'm telling you, that guy doesn't have a coach.
Are you
I'm
saying
telling
I've
you,
always said
man.
this, Blue Eyes. Always said this.
Oh
That
my
guy is
God.
technically bankrupt, man.
Bombshell.
Hey, Blue Eyes, you've been clipped.
No. I've said this. No. Listen, because today there was about 20. How many people? I want this game. You understand? And I want to tell you something about Brighton. What's the name of the full? I like the full name of that team. Brighton what? Brighton
Hove and Albion. This guy.
They were missing 10 key players today, Blue Eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I explain something to you today?
Go ahead.
You see that Brighton midfield
Mhm.
is what you call an example of a stingy midfield, very stingy. They what they do is they starve you of possession and position. Possession and position. So they were like, if you look at what they did, I didn't even know they had a midfield. They were very minimal. Then look at them. What's his name? Casemiro. Get out of here. What's the other guy? Who else played midfield for
McTominay.
Yeah.
McTominay.
What they did for McTominay was so funny. I don't know if anybody knows this. They say, okay, so since you can run, just run around us.
Just run around.
Exactly. Yeah.
You go to run.
Yeah, exactly.
You go
Just
to
run around. And he did that. You were just the run. Since you can run, just the
Blue
run.
Eyes, you didn't explain your central point though. Why did you say it's justice for Central? I think it's justice for him too. For
No, but the reason why I say it's justice for Sancho is that you can tell that this guy doesn't. I don't want to go political because I'm not a. but you can tell that Ten Hag doesn't like Sancho.
Yeah,
But in the
obviously.
process of not liking Sancho, which is fine. Everybody understands football politics. You can't like everybody. Why do you go and publicize the whole beef? You should be the bigger boy.
No,
Blue
no,
Eyes, no, you don't publicize that shit.
No, that's Blue Eyes. No,
exactly. He did the same thing with
I don't
Ronaldo
care,
too.
man.
Remember,
I
he
don't
did the
care.
same thing
I
with
don't care
Ronaldo.
who you want. I don't care what it is. If this was this, and as much as I don't like Mourinho will never do this.
No, Blue Eyes, you know better. You know better.
No, Chimere, no. You don't do, no matter what it is. And the reason why he did this, in my humble opinion, is now it's all coming out.
Ronaldo said this though.
No,
what did Ronaldo say?
No,
what did he say?
Listen,
say nothing.
So Blue
I
Eyes.
heard you guys. Listen, let me finish what I'm saying, please. Let me finish. Listen, the reason why he's doing all these things is because, like you guys were saying, that Sancho is the highest publicly traded player in that team right now, correct?
Yeah, he's the highest player. I think it's 75.
Yeah, so Ten Hag has to play ball. You cannot leave. That asset cannot just be sitting down. If he's sitting down, tell us why he's sitting down. And if you think he's bad, then he throws the guy under the bus, literally.
No, he didn't do that.
We are blaming Ten Hag.
No, he didn't.
That was below the belt.
No, Blue Eyes.
It depends where you start in the. It depends where you
That was
start
below the belt. You can't do that. That's not right. And the thing about it too, Blue Eyes. What has Ten Hag won in his career for him to talk like that about Sancho? He hasn't won anything, bro.
Why are you going
to He hasn't won no Champions League, nothing. No World Cup. Who do you think you are, Ten Hag?
He's won the Dutch Cup with Ajax and he's won the Dutch League twice. He's won the Dutch.
Because I want to ask something.
The Dutch League with Ajax, bro. Come on, have some shame, bro.
Oh my God, I said it, and I know you listen to me. I said they have lost their identity and they need to be picked up right away.
They haven't having identity since Fergie left them, bro.
I wanted Blue Eyes to talk
Blue
about
Eyes finish up because for me, and the reason I said that is because.
Let me talk about the game, please. I need to talk about the game.
Yeah, talk about the game, Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes. I gotta go. I gotta. Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes. Wait. I'm about to leave. I'm about to leave, guys. But Blue Eyes, please talk about Ten Hag disaster class. I'm about to listen to the hangout. Just talk about.
It is built on my brother. It is a Ten Hag disaster class. That's 1. 2. I tell you something. We need to look at that Brighton midfield, man. It was very critical for me today. I don't know if anybody was watching football.
Mohamed Dawood and them.
Pascal Gross.
Mohamed Dawood and Dawood. Yeah, Dawood was a reject from Dortmund. Gross was just a guy they just picked from the street. Wait, before you continue, Abdul actually made a statement here that we lack teachers in the game. Those guys have been taught how to play football and have actually now are shining like superstars. Just a point.
You know who else is a bad man? You know who else is a bad man? Is one man they call Danny Welbeck.
Yeah, he's bad. He's bad.
He's
that's another guy that's back.
Yeah. This is what you call a cold summer.
This is what United does, man. We give people careers, bro.
Listen, this guy.
No, you didn't give him a career. You almost burnt his career, and he went to Brighton, and he's lighting up.
He's not. He's lighting up. What is he lighting up at Brighton?
Oh, man,
he's been playing well.
He's
a good player.
He's a very good player. He's actually telling me that, man. Damage United did not use
this. What we do. A guy balls against United.
I'm very impressed with the way he dropped.
Nah, he's always been a good player.
Should I tell you this? You see that boy? You see that boy called Danny Welbeck? He didn't have that in his game before. He has been taught. He has been taught. He didn't have that dropping back. No, he didn't have that dropping back.
He did. He had it in his game, man.
He was always drifting wide, picking up. That's what people are worried about.
Nana, wait, Abdullah, this is a very good point. Abdullah, I'm sorry, Nana. He was always lost. That's the word.
No.
He now knows where to position. His position awareness has improved under De Zerbi.
Okay, maybe on a small, minute level, but he's always been a good player. That's my.
But nobody. See, Chimere does not believe he was a good player.
So that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's true. But
Let me before Blue Eyes finish up. Wouldn't be surprised if Chelsea say, relax. Both said Sancho is on huge wages. That is why he's acting the way he is too much.
Yeah.
Is it towards the man that wears chokache? Child. Relax, please. This is not a generational thing, it's a Jadon Sancho thing. Simple as that, child.
That's simple. That's simple.
Both you are sick, my child.
It actually is a Jadon Sancho thing, but we'll talk about
Oiland will suffer if Marcus keeps shooting at the dark alleys. Child.
I mean, why should Rashford sacrifice for Haaland, man? He's the better player.
Sometimes he needs to keep the ball and recycle. Okay,
100%.
Filming enough Regulon was one of the best alliance in the team. Wasn't that
how
bad?
the regular end up at Old Trafford.
Pelistri will do any good. We were begging for Garnacho to start. He had a disaster class from Farms Africa. Okay. I told you guys Ten Hag is overrated. Victor, you are sick in the head. Garbage coach. Okay.
Victor, I'm telling you.
The midfielder today was playing at the upper level. Disgraceful.
Yo, but Blue Eyes, you know,
listen, man. I'm being. Listen, Abdullah.
I the agent, okay. And
thank you, FB, my brother. Thank you.
FB, the same Sancho that is jogging in the pitch was supposed to.
Remember our public debate.
The revolutionary kills me. Child.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about this game.
Round up.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Something about this game is that Ten Hag got caught flat-footed. What Brighton did was that they put together this midfield that was, like I said, very stingy. So they did minimal things. What they were doing is that they were just shifting the pressure from defense to front, and then back. Right. Oh,
but
hold on. Let me just finish. Chimere, hold on. I just want to say something. Welbeck now became the fall guy. It wasn't the fact that Welbeck can score. It's the fact that Welbeck can drop deep, receive the ball, and act like a number 10.
Mm-hmm.
Then let me tell you the man of my match, Adingra.
Player. Oh, the Côte d'Ivoire boy, right?
Adingra.
You can't say his name like that.
This guy, man.
You can't say his name like that.
You didn't watch that game.
I didn't watch that game.
Adingra is a cold summer man. That boy. I told you, if Chelsea is scouting, that's a game.
Excuse me, I'm not dealing with Bryson again, please. I beg.
No, that boy can play. Boy can play.
Have you seen what the president said? Have you seen what Tony Bloom said? He said he doesn't want to deal with Chelsea again.
Adingra, that kid was so good. So again, for Man U.
Mm-hmm.
Rashford is not a killer, but the way Ten Hag is playing is Ten Hag plays supply_Rashford_the_ball.com.
Because who else is if who else can create
you do that all the time, right? You become
who else can create one-on-one?
Become a Rashford Inc. And that's what you guys have been playing, Rashford Inc. football. Everything goes to Rashford. And yes, let me tell you, Rashford is not a killer, but if you give him 5 chances, he'll score 1.
Oh, Rashford is come on, Blanche. Rashford is a killer. Come on, he's a killer.
No,
Rashford is a killer.
He's a stats guy. He's a numbers guy. No, Rashford is good though. He's fantastic. But I don't think he's
really fantastic.
Sorry?
Is he really fantastic?
He is.
No, he's not. He's not
fantastic. Wait. Let me ask you, Blue Eyes. Can Rashford change the game for you?
Quite literally, yes. Quite literally, yes.
Why not?
Absolutely.
That might even be the problem in a weird way.
Against what kind of team?
Against any team.
Any team.
Against any team. Against any team.
What happened today? Why didn't you do it?
What do you mean? We quite literally seen him do it against big teams.
Again, like I said, Amy.
No, but he has lost to Brighton back to back.
Amy, let me answer the question.
You sure he has never beaten this Brighton team?
Okay. By the way, you okay. That's no, sorry, Blue, to cut you off. Emmy, you can't use that logic because then we have to start having dangerous conversations about certain players.
I'm ready to go into the dangerous part of this conversation.
No. Let's have a discussion. Let's talk about
Rashford. Okay. I remember that. Okay.
I just want to talk about the game.
Let me just finish here, guys. Please. So again, apart from the fact that Brighton put together this very very anti-football type midfield setup, Man U on the other hand is all over the place. This boy they call Casemiro. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Casemiro is tired
high
now.
wages too.
Sorry, Casemiro is tired now.
Maybe he was begging for that Saudi move. He was begging for it. Shut up, bro.
No, relax.
Shut up. He's done. He's done.
No,
Casemiro,
relax.
You think he's cooked?
He's done.
You think he's cooked?
He's done. He's
No,
done.
it's
He's
not
done.
done.
He's done.
Hojland.
He's done. Chumre, you know it too, bro.
Somebody please
No,
talk to
bro,
me
it's just
about
a bad form.
Hojland. Which team did Hojland come from?
Atalanta.
Like, bro,
Atlanta.
Was he
bro,
starting
like,
for them?
what are we doing? Like,
He was.
Hold on, bro.
Chumre, let him land. He was. Go. Why Blue Eyes?
Let him land. Let him land.
Like Hojland was starting for Atalanta?
Yeah.
He was starting. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He's got a lot of goals last season in Serie A. Yeah.
I wouldn't say a lot. I don't think it was a lot.
9.
He scored 9.
Yeah. Yeah. In how many
Why-
games did
why
he
is Lewis
play?
laughing?
That's what happened.
Kai.
If you're laughing, something else. What's going on?
Why is he laughing?
Anyway,
Right,
Bryce,
right.
I don't man.
Because I want-
Let's move.
Okay. Cruz, quick. United lost. Cruz, are you there?
Yo, I'll be quick, man. United. Where do I start? Can you hear me?
Start from somewhere.
Can you hear me?
Start from the middle.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
did,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, don't worry.
Start
Oh,
from
can
the
you hear me?
middle of
Yeah.
the fish. Yes.
United are finished, man. To be honest, that
Finished?
team is
After
United
5 games?
they're cooked, man. That whole team is cooked, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. That midfield is finished. I don't know what they were thinking at the start of the season. They didn't invest the money properly. I think at the beginning of the season we had a stream about Onana. I said this guy will cost Man United games, or we'll be talking about him at least once every 3 games.
Cruz. I don't want to have that uncomfortable. I said it to United fans. David, is a better shot stopper
But
than
Cruz,
Anthony Onana.
let me ask Cruz a question.
Here.
Cruz, I think Onana is a liability, or do you think the United back four cannot defend?
Good question. I think he was a signing they could have made, but when they had improved the team overall, to spend 50 million on a keeper and then to start the season and can't afford to take Amrabat and have to get him on a loan, I think they invested the money wrong. So De Gea is a good shot stopper and you can't build it from the back, yes, but Man United are trying to run before they can walk. They're already not playing good football, so you start to get a ball playing a goalkeeper. But you haven't even got good centre backs and good midfielders. So you tried to. I feel like they went too far ahead and they didn't start from the pitch. They went from the goalkeeper, and then they're like, okay, now we've got a goalkeeper. Let's try and buy the midfielders, and they started backwards.
But Cruz, someone would argue with you that Martinez won the World Cup with Argentina, right?
Uncomfortable conversation. I think I'm not a big fan of him.
Yeah, is he not a good centre back?
I'm not a big fan of him, to be honest. I'm not a big fan.
He played the World Cup final against France. They won the World Cup, right?
Did he play the World Cup final, Emmy? Did he play the World Cup final?
Did he play the World Cup final?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure? No, because I remember Romero.
Was it Romero and Otamendi?
I don't remember Martinez.
Romero and the other guy that went to Portugal.
Okay.
That's crazy. If Otamendi starting over you, then that's crazy, man.
So after
but yeah,
that's over Martinez.
Otamendi collect WC,
man. So we can move on.
Yeah, no. The fact that Reguilon was the best player on the pitch, look, I'm not worried for Man United, but it's worrying for their fans. Obviously, a couple guys in here support United. I think it's worrying, man. I think we're in a bad place, but for them, they don't look like they've got any identity. Ten Hag, I'm not sure, man. He's come in and he spent money, but I don't know if he's bought the right players. I think he's not managed a lot of the situations the way they needed to be managed. If you look at the front line, as that Rashford, I get what Chimera is saying about Rashford. He's got those moments, and I think Blue Eye said he's got those moments that he can do things, but ultimately he's trying to model his style of play off like players like Mbappe. He's trying to be a marquee talisman. I'm the guy. But the problem he's not realizing is that those guys make other players better. This is one thing the top players, these young guys, they don't understand. Like, you have to make other players better. You can't just say, I scored today and we lost. That doesn't mean anything. Salah today, did Salah get a hat-trick of assists?
Yeah,
if you watch the game, I watched the game as well. He literally carried the whole team through that performance. And he was up and down, winning the ball back, bringing people in, creating chances, creating
here
assists.
we go. Oh, Cruz, you're so.
Mohamed Salah is a world-class player. So
this is good, bro.
But he wasn't always that. He grew into that.
Yeah, but how old is Rashford? That's what you said that earlier. How old is Rashford?
He's 25.
Rashford is 25, right?
Salah.
How long does Rashford need to grow into that? I don't know.
And Rashford has been playing football at a very high level for a long time.
His game has not evolved. When I look at Rashford, he's raw.
Time.
He's still a bit raw.
Yeah,
he's not evolved.
He's played at least 8 seasons, I think.
But cool. This is my problem with Rashford because I said to Chimere, I understand Rashford play because I always use the same analogy for Kylian Mbappe, kick and run.
No,
that is what
Mbappe's not kick and run.
No, Mbappe has ball sense. Come on, man.
Relax. When I say kick and run,
you're not saying Rashford. This guy.
When I say kick and run, is when you give him the ball, you know he's gonna run at you. Rashford like what is called
put the ball. Rashford like put the ball ahead of the defender and just run behind the defender. That's
for me, Rashford like what is called basic football analysis when it comes to actual basic football. His decision making is a base mouth.
It's a basic football analysis.
So when you're looking at Rashford as a left winger, because when I look at him as a left winger, I'm like, you get into two situations. Do I pass? Do I shoot? Instead of Rashford to make a better decision making, he's gonna shoot. I'm like, why are you always shooting? Why every day shoot?
No, but he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that all the time.
He did it today 4 times in a row. I'm like, are you okay?
He did it today, but see, this is what we're saying. Okay, we from hindsight, it looks like he should have passed to Højlund.
This is what Ten Hag should have done.
No, but let's say if he passes to Højlund, if the pass gets intercepted, we're gonna say, "Oh, Rashford, why didn't he shoot?"
This is what what Ten Hag should have done. He what he did, which was kind of
educate me, please.
No, it's not about educating you, but it's about what he did. Readjusting this guy to defense was kind of clever because Bruno has that IQ. I see the move. The problem is you needed that Bruno up front for that moment.
But not against them. Against
this team. No, even against them.
No, but we have Eriksen. Eriksen is also creative.
No, but Bruno, it's about the timing when you use him at what time is what I'm saying here. You see, when he used him to go that defense, it was too late. You needed Bruno to go and fetch the ball up front because Bruno is the only guy that can. You see the way Brighton set up, they ain't go nowhere, man. Mm-hmm. So you needed someone like Bruno, a Muscatier, who was always, Bruno is that guy that can lean on the shoulder, Chimere. He's always going to lean on that shoulder. So it will move that, and then the people like Rashford and the other guys can run into the lanes. But, Ten Hag is technically bankrupt, man. Come on, he showed his hand today, man. Come on, man.
Blas, let me ask you something. Based off the choices he had available, what could he have changed?
No, but he showed that he could play them.
So I'm saying, what could he have changed? Do you know who was on the bench in the midfield?
Simple. Play Bruno annoyingly up front for 90 minutes.
Okay, but then if you play Bruno up front, who's defending?
Oh, so now you're relying on Bruno for defense.
No, I'm saying based on who you're playing. No, Blue Eyes.
You're naming yourself today. Listen, this is my problem with Chimere.
No, Blue Eyes.
Chimere, let me say something here.
Hold on. You have to defend.
Chimere, let me say something here. The last time you guys played Arsenal whooped you 3-1.
No, they didn't.
Okay, hold on. At the end of that game, Chimere said to me, he said, you know what, Blue Eyes? I said, what? He said, you know what? After that game, I feel like we're going to destroy them the next time we're going
No,
to.
I didn't say destroy. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. I didn't say destroy. I didn't say destroy. Don't do that.
You said,
no, Chimere, no, keep that. No.
Let me quote what he said. He said,
Chimere, don't backtrack now. Don't backtrack now. I know you didn't say this. Don't backtrack now.
Going to Old Trafford because he knows going to
Abdullah, don't. You can't defend anybody.
That's why.
That's
why
I get what
Abdullah, man. Oh boy, call it for what it is.
Bless. We have
sometimes. No.
The words destroy never came out. I never said destroy.
What was said here clearly. Chimere said to me after that game that he felt so confident that when Man U catches Arsenal again
at Old Trafford. That's what he said. Remember Blue Eyes at Old Trafford? Yes.
But look what Brighton did to you, bruv.
Who cares?
He said, "Who cares?" Oh,
that's what I'm trying to say.
No, but what I'm saying is Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes for me. I like to be a level-headed guy. So, and first when the game was over,
with Man U, Chimere,
I knew this team.
Yes, Man U fan. You're not level-headed with Man U, which is okay.
No, I'm level-headed, bro.
Come on, if you did not see the reasoning behind the fact that you got rolled over like a carpet against Arsenal.
No, I saw it. I just wanted to. I just wanted to mess with you.
Okay.
But and don't forget that the public debates we had. We're going to talk about that one day. But before that, but never mind. But this is what I'll say.
Yes.
After the game, I was like, of course, I was mad. I was kind of like, man, I'm tired, all this. But I had to. But after a while, you have to cool down a little bit. And I thought about it. I was just like, it's early still. Let's see what happens. We have players come back from injury. Let me just cool down a little bit. Just continue.
You need Mason Mount faster than you need.
But see, Blue Eyes, people are now seeing. You looked at this midfield. The energy was missing for this midfield. People are not seeing why he wanted Mount. They're not seeing it. In this kind of game, Mount would have been helpful.
I know that was Amy coughing.
No, Blue Eyes, am I wrong? In this game,
but what I would say, I'll just be quick. I'll let Guled go. I'll just be quick. I'll just finish up. One thing about what Chimere is saying is that's the problem with our teams now. The big teams that are now falling down the table is that whenever some of these smaller teams are going to other grounds, they're playing a style of play that they take everywhere they go, 9 times out of 10. The problem is that now the big teams like Arsenal, let's say Man United, now we're playing these teams. We're talking about players like Rashford chasing people. It's like the world's turned on its head. It's like they used to chase our players. Now we're saying we need to buy Caicedo, we need to have Mason Mount so we can chase people from Brighton. But Brighton just pick up their system and take it everywhere they go. And if you're adapting your style to play Brighton at home, if you're adapting your style to play Brighton, because that's the thing with Liverpool. It's a massive problem. Liverpool, Arsenal, City, they pick up their style and they move around the league. Us now, we're saying, if we play Gallagher, he can run the ball down. What kind of rubbish is that?
If Chilwell's playing here, we're going to lose the game.
Come on, man. You have to pick up your philosophy and put it down wherever you go. You can't be running around with all these different players.
No. Cruz, hold on. I think I hear what you're saying, but maybe I don't. Somebody please is vibrating. I don't know why we. I guess because of how bad we've been playing, we have forgotten what the philosophy is. So in the spirit of recollection, maybe I'll ask the panel, what is the Chelsea philosophy that you know?
You said this before.
We're not going to Chelsea. We're talking about Manchester United.
This is mine.
Sorry, Manchester United. What is their philosophy?
Counter-attack. No, let you answer. No, but Blue Eyes, what do you think you guys are trying to do?
What is the Man U? What is the Man U? What has been the Man U tradition?
The Man U tradition?
Yes.
But you talk about traditional style of play.
Absolutely, obviously.
Okay, fast attacking football.
What does that mean? There's nothing like that.
You said there's nothing like
that. Either you're playing defensive or you're playing.
We're not playing defensive.
Wait. Now let me say this.
We're not playing football. We're not playing.
It's either you're playing defensive, you're playing a mid-block counter-attacking football, or you're playing a possession-based football, or
we're not playing
counter-pressing possession football. You have to be in those categories.
What Ten Hag is
No,
trying to build. What Ten Hag is trying to build based off his team. He's trying to build a team that's good at pressing, but also great at transition.
So that's counter pressing.
A counter pressing team, yes.
That's
what
a
he wants
counter
to build.
pressing.
I think what's going on here is a traditional Man U fans preferred philosophy is counter-attacking, which is what brought them a lot of success when they were under Fergie. But the problem is,
did they play counter-attacking under Fergie?
No, we're just pragmatic. We're just pragmatic.
Well, it's counter-attack. You defend well and you attack using the wings most of the time. Not that way. But the thing is, the problem I've seen is the traditional Dutch philosophy does not suit the Man United's original or traditional philosophy, because the Dutch philosophy is all about ball possession. It doesn't really matter. Maybe
ability on the ball, right?
Yeah. It doesn't really matter. Dutch football, it doesn't really matter. Maybe they're attacking or they're defending. The most important thing is for them to be in possession of the ball. While the Man United one is just attack. It doesn't matter. Maybe they're 7-0 up, they're 2-1 up. They just need to keep attacking. So I think there's some kind of like maybe you call it like a conflict of philosophy or clash of philosophy that is going on with Man United currently. And that's the same thing when they even have Van Gaal. Because Van Gaal, the only club I would say he wasn't successful at, especially in the style of play, is Man United. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Was he successful at Bayern Munich?
Yeah, of course, because it was most successful at Bayern Munich. He got to the Champions League semi-final and won the league like twice. Because in the Dutch in Bayern Munich, all they did was he played counter-attacking football in Bayern Munich.
No, he played
in
possession.
Barcelona.
He played possession.
When Van Gaal.
Van Gaal, he played possession at Bayern.
It was he? I don't know.
It was possession too.
Yeah, he played possession because I remember against us they had possession, and against Inter they dominated possession in the final.
So we didn't just knocking the ball around.
Yeah, they played with purpose. It's just that they played with purpose. It's just that he didn't win the Champions League in that final against in 2010.
Okay. But anyway, that's my take on that. I think there's a clash of philosophy, especially when they have Dutch coach, to what United fans really want or want to be seen.
Man,
So,
let me just add to what Abdullah and Chimere have been saying for this. For me, what's going on in Manchester United is from the top, right? I think there is a gap in leadership in this football club, from the top. Most of what we are seeing on the field is definitely from the crisis at the top. The Glazers, are they buying or are they selling? Now the thing is, someone like Eric Ten Hag cannot even answer the question: is my club going to be under new ownership, or are we going to continue this strategy? The current strategy for Manchester United is not working. They spend so much money and they just look so bare. Like it was really sad watching Manchester United today at Old Trafford being dominated by Brighton. And let me tell you what
Brighton have dominated a lot of teams though.
Yeah. Brighton, like I read out the stats before we started talking, right? Since De Zerbi took over, no team has possessed the ball more than Brighton apart from Manchester City in the Premier League. That's over a year of football now.
Remember, Brighton embarrassed Arsenal last year away.
Yeah, they've embarrassed many teams. They've beaten Liverpool. Who have they not beaten? They've beaten Arsenal. They've trashed Chelsea.
They've beaten us, Chelsea.
Yeah, Brighton are a good team.
So Brighton is actually looking at this season as the season when they don't just make Europe, but they actually stamp their feet in the Premier League and say, hey,
we shall see.
We are coming fifth or we are coming fourth this season. Now, wait, just 1 second before you interject. Today's game, you see, this guy made 6 changes today, De Zerbi. Under normal circumstances, nobody comes to Old Trafford and makes 6 changes from their previous game. He was bold. Most of the players that he started today, they probably didn't think they will start. But one thing that you always see in this Brighton team, no matter who they call upon in their squad, they play the same way. Like they know how to open their body, they know how to receive the ball, they know how to make that first touch, they know how to find space, they know how to make those passes. Like there's no hesitancy when you watch them play. Like all very fluidly, as if they've dreamt of how this game is already going to be played 294.
Oh yeah, they're good. They're well drilled team, but
They
what
are
I say,
a well-drilled team. It's not a joke. It's not. So people keep saying, "Oh, when will they fall off?" They're not going to fall off. This is how they're going to always play. They live and die.
What if it doesn't? What if it doesn't work at a certain point? How would De Zerbi adjust?
But the thing is, it's working so far.
So far, yes.
But Pep adjusted to anything. Pep has been dominating the league.
Pep adjusted. Pep adjusted.
But Pep outspends everyone. Don't forget that he outspends.
Yeah, because
everyone.
you have to spend to evolve. Everybody has to
spend.
So
someone like De Zerbi, you have to give him credit. He's not spending as much as. Imagine De Zerbi has lost 2 or 3 of his best players in the last 3 transfer windows.
No, he's a good guy. I get De Zerbi credit, but this is what I say.
Because guess what? De Zerbi has improved players significantly. Chelsea sold Billy Gilmore.
But this is what I want to see about
last summer. Wait, hold on. They sold Billy Gilmore to Brighton for pennies last summer. Everybody said, this guy, let's see how he goes. But my God, I watched this kid today. I was like, wow, this guy is almost going to be £100 million player if he continues like this. I'm telling you. He dominated Casemiro. He killed McTominay today.
But see, he didn't play against Casemiro today.
No, but this seems like
he didn't play against Casemiro today. He came in. Billy Gilmore came in at the 70th minute.
No, Casemiro started that match, boys.
Casemiro was in the game when he was there.
No, but Emmy, the way we're talking about,
came in at the end of the game, man.
He came on towards the end, but Casemiro was there.
No, Casemiro had been substituted already.
No, but that's not forget that.
Yes,
that's not even important.
Very sure.
That's not even important.
Casemiro was they bounced Casemiro quick for that second.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
I don't know. But when I watch Billy Gilmore today, when I watch people like Welbeck, these are players. Welbeck was a player that everybody said Welbeck probably will find his way to one lower league, maybe a team that is always fighting relegation. But look at Welbeck today. Today I saw an improvement in that boy's game.
No, he's
like his ability to actually find space because he's well coached. You can tell.
Does Potter get any praise for this Brighton team?
Of course he does. Exactly. You look at the stream you're on.
That's what.
Oh my God! What do you say? What do you want to say? Please don't.
No, Emmy. Before we go there,
told you.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
hold on.
Okay.
No. Emmy, the way you're talking about De Zerbi, the way you're saying, this guy is improving. They play the same regardless of where they go. It seems like every team coaching a mid-table club that establishes their style on the team.
Let me just correct you there.
We said that about Potter too.
Brighton is Brighton is no more a mid-table club. Let me just tell you now. They are now a top 8 club. This sounds like what people were saying with Portugal.
Emmy, are you joking?
That's what people were saying.
No, I'm not joking. I'm telling you.
No, what people now say the same thing about Portugal.
Go and look at the numbers. Guys. Go and look at the numbers of Brighton Football Club.
De Zerbi hasn't been there for 1 year, right?
He's a good. Emmy. He's done a good job.
This is recency. It smells of recency, man.
He's done a good job.
It's not recency, Cruz. I'm telling you.
No, but can he do it at a big
numbers?
Club?
It's over 38 games he has played in the Premier League. I'm telling you.
No, but Emmy, can he do it at a big club?
You have to wait and find out, man. You have to wait and find out.
You can do it wherever you want to do it.
Why? No. But see, Emmy, the way you're talking now is the same thing people were saying about Potter, Southampton,
and Potter. Don't forget
same way.
Potter. How can you compare Potter and De Zerbi now?
Oh
no, they were
Potter. Wow. Okay.
Did Potter ever make Europe? Wait. Let me ask you. Did Potter ever make Europe?
He was on his way to, and then he came to Chelsea. We were literally going to see him do that.
On their way.
No, but
on their way, their boss know they've always on your way.
Wait, Emmy, let me ask you, Emmy, you know that Potter beat us at Old Trafford last year too, right?
Oh, please, yes, he did.
And you know, Potter beat us 4-0. You know, Potter beat us 4-0, right?
Okay, when
With
Potter went
Brighton.
to Chelsea,
and you know, most of this squad is Potter's players, right?
No, that's not true. That's not true. Most of these players have actually he has gradually evolved. Most of these players.
Who
Ask the
Dunk,
players.
Veltman, Pascal Gross,
Cruz,
Lalana.
These are these are not Potter's players. These players are the scouted.
And
Brighton has the best scouting.
That's what I'm saying.
The best scouting system
wow.
in Europe. They do.
Wow.
They sold players worth
Anything
almost
not to
600
give
million pounds.
Potter love.
No,
man.
but
It's
no,
crazy.
Emmy.
Potter, please don't call Potter
crazy,
here.
man.
Potter Sabi ball. Which Potter? Potter call.
Wait,
Potter
Emmy,
has
let
no
me ask
credit
you.
in this place. This is
Emmy, let me ask you a question. Emmy, let me ask you a question. You know the way Brighton is playing now, possession based, very very tech minded. Who was the one who established that identity to control the ball?
Oh my God. Okay, wait. So you're not giving De Zerbi any credit?
I am. You could do two things,
No,
though.
man. No.
Emmy, you could
Who
do
is
two
their
things,
coach
though.
currently? I don't care about what Potter did. Who is their coach?
No, but what I'm
currently?
saying, no, Emmy, Emmy, De Zerbi is a good coach. What I'm saying,
No, guys.
Don't
what
give
I'm
me
saying
this.
guys,
Tell me what's happening now.
No, Emmy,
No,
I'm saying
guys.
there was already a template there for what he's
What
adding.
template?
Thank you.
What
Thank
template?
you. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Template, Abi. Which template?
They're already playing possession-based footy.
This
They just
Emmy
added
guy,
to it.
man.
They play possession-based football?
Yeah, they're already playing possession-based football with Potter.
Oh, for real? Or do they play
they were.
football?
So what
The way they play the ball out of the box now,
Emmy, hang on.
They've improved, no doubt.
Come on, man.
Thank you. That's all we're saying.
How many players did that team
That's all we're saying.
The talent was there, though.
We're not saying Potter's better than Zerbi. We're just saying you're giving Zerbi this credit, but the template was already there for them to play the way he wants them to play.
Maybe, okay,
that's why he came to Brighton in the first
that's
place.
fine. Okay, it's okay. Let's give Potter credit, but you can't take away what Zerbi is doing.
100%. That's not what I'm saying.
No, that's true.
Look at the numbers. Look at the today they talked about him on a match of the
Even
day.
if he's sleeping,
No.
No matter.
No, you know Zerbi is my man now.
No, but
see, they pulled the guy's data out today on match of the day. My God,
Emmy,
I was in shock that these guy's numbers are so like with this kind of team where he has actually lost players like Caicedo, like Trossard. He has lost who else?
They'll lose more players and more. Let's see what he does.
And guess what? They still bring boys like that Ivorian boy that started as right wing today. Those kind of players will come through. Look at Mitoma.
But
you're forgetting about Basuma and all those players when they lost them. They brought in Caicedo and all these guys.
Exactly. That's what Brighton does. You're just buttressing my point. They have a good scouting system.
But you're praising De Zerbi for all of that. But what about praising Potter?
No, but De Zerbi
and Ben White and all those guys that left.
Exactly.
What's going on here, man?
But Cruz, look at this, right? De Zerbi has brought in.
I'm sorry, this De Zerbi hype is. I can't wait till it's over. I can't wait.
Keep waiting.
I will be there.
Keep waiting.
Oh, this guy, this De Zerbi guy, man.
De Zerbi is a very, very.
It's so fashionable. It's like when everyone was wearing Harachis and K. It's just.
Oh, that's foul. That's foul. The hospital shoes. That's foul.
Yes.
That's I remember this 2014, 15.
Bro, I'm telling you.
That's
De Zerbi, Harachis.
Emmy, let me ask you a question. Emmy, let me ask you a question. You know when Pep was trying to implement his style of play, what teams did he choose to go to? Bayern Munich, Man City, teams that already were playing possession-based footy before he came there. So it wouldn't be a drastic thing for him to implement his style of play there.
But you forgot to say that Pep struggled in his first season.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he finished fourth, and that season Chelsea won the league. I think Pep finished 15 or 18 points behind
what's
Chelsea.
What's the guy at Leeds? What's the guy at Leeds? Bielsa. Remember Bielsa?
Bielsa is different from De Zerbi.
I couldn't wait. And this
no. Let's not compare the two, please. Let's not compare the two.
Oh no, come on,
I want the
Bielsa's
guy when he was at
Bielsa's done more football
now,
than De
Zerbi. We can move on, but the thing is this, right? Today, De Zerbi schooled Ten Hag. He schooled him. He schooled him in many ways. Let me tell you, number one, and Blue Eyes actually started the buttressing of this point, the midfield. So that midfield of Brighton, you know when you play boju, you try to see the ball, but you cannot catch the ball. You're constantly chasing. Man, You're like, are these people more than us? That's exactly what that Manchester United midfield probably was saying to themselves.
No, I saw the same thing.
It felt like Brighton had an extra man in midfield every time.
I saw the same thing last year with Potter. The same exact thing.
Oh no, please don't compare Potter with this.
Bro, they schooled us too last year with Potter.
No, they will always school. They're beating you guys back to back in
exactly.
So
why
home.
we give it this?
You guys are not beating. When last you guys beat them Brighton?
I don't know. Guy, Chimmery, you need to realize you're arguing with Emmy. Just move on from the part, guy. Trust me.
Do you know how much players Ben White? Do you know how much players NK that this guy turned out? Trust
I know. I know. Ben White. I know.
Cucurella, man. Anyway.
And you need to know it's Emmy you're dealing with. He ain't trying to hear that.
For me, Ten Hag is under the microscope right now. I don't know what I thought you call that thing when you put the coach under review. Yes,
the files on your desk. Files on your desk.
No, because you know what? I actually was one of the people that said Ten Hag would be the answer for this team.
He's a good coach.
But I don't think so anymore.
Why? Based off of 5 games?
Man United need a politician, man. As Blue Eyes would say, they don't need a manager, man. That club, they need a politician.
No. Let me wait before we go. So you look at last. You look at last year. Let's look at last year because this has been 5 games. This gotta get. We're doing the same thing we did last year now. After the first 4 games, this has been 5 games in. Last year, this guy, after we had our 4th season in history, we finished 17. He gave us a 17-point increase. We're saying this guy is not a good manager now after 5 games in. And we're saying, okay, you want Ten Hag to play the same style wherever he goes, cool. Mm-hmm. But last year we were once saying, oh, he's not going to survive in the Prem because he can't adjust at the beginning of the season. That's what we were saying. So now we're complaining that he adjusted and is trying to play a different way to suit his team. But now, because we're not playing the way he was trying to play when he first came in, which he adjusted to, it's an issue now. So what do you guys want the guy to do?
I think ultimately because he can't play his own philosophy, it will end up being the thing that he loses his job for because he's trying to play to win games as opposed to playing to improve the team. I don't think.
See, what it is, Ten Hag. Ten Hag is an overthinker. I know these kind of coaches.
Like Pep, right? Like they said Pep.
It's like Rafa Benitez and that.
He's an overthinker. He overanalyzes situations. Today, right? He went through what's called over gingering. He was
gingery.
What's the best way?
Or did he take too much candies? You mean?
No, he was flat-footed. He was caught flat-footed.
He was caught pants down. He could not react. He could not react.
What could he do to react?
Okay, should I tell you something? In the first 17 minutes,
at least pack the boss, Chimere. At least pack the boss.
Why would it? Okay, let me ask you a question. No, Blue Eyes with the team he had, how can he park the bus?
Why can't you?
Why? How can he?
Because when you park the bus, all you're doing is you're creating one block.
Because what I'm saying, how could he park the bus with Eriksen and Adam in defense?
But why not?
Who's it? Is Eriksen going to track the runs Brighton make?
McTominay. You have McTominay behind Eriksen.
McTominay. So you want McTominay to play as a park the bus?
What's his name? Come on.
You want McTominay to play as a park the bus guy? You tell me you're Man United. You want to?
You're down.
It's a state of mind. It's a state of mind. Yeah, anyone could do it. Can't they?
No, but NK, you're telling me. Listen to what we're saying. You're telling me you want to park the bus at home.
I'm not saying anything. What I'm saying is, no, Chimmy. What I'm saying is, it's crazy that you're talking about a Brighton side like, oh, we couldn't play like that because of them.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
you're making Brighton look like a big team.
No, I'm saying no. Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying with the team. I'm saying with the way Brighton plays, the way they play. Mm-hmm. With the players we had, based on their strengths and weaknesses, it was not suitable to Brighton. Like you look at Eriksen. Eriksen's not going to track the runs Brighton make. He was good on the ball today.
What about what you are going to do to them? What about that?
But that's not how football works. That's what I'm saying.
It is. We should.
That's not how it works.
We should be looking at this game. No, time out, Chimri. We should be looking at this game, thinking, "Oh, what are United going to do to Brighton?"
Just like last year when we lost 7-0, 6-3.
No, wait, no.
So that's what you want me to do again, right?
No, Chimmery. Oh god.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, this guy,
we say, oh, we're gonna play our way regardless. We're gonna play this way. And
Brighton at home, Chimmery. You can't play your way at Brighton at home.
You have to.
No,
at home, it's not even away. This is not like an Arsenal game when it's Brighton at home, Chimmery. You can't play your own way.
No, but AK, did Arsenal play their way against Brighton at home?
Yes, they lost.
No, they did. They lost 3-0.
They lost. No, they lost, but they played their way. Now you could talk. No, the timeout. You could talk about certain things that happened in that game, but Arsenal created. I remember a clear-cut chance Arsenal had in that game.
No, clear-cut chance, but I'm saying that they played their way because I remember Brighton.
Let me ask you a question right now.
I remember Brighton took the ball.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question.
Have to start to readjust.
Hold on.
No, bro.
Let me ask you guys a question. Who do you take to the Champions League final as your number 9? Danny Welbeck or Eddie Nketiah?
Danny Welbeck.
Both Black Stars, both Ghanaians.
You can't say that, Emmy. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
And now why we have to choose between Black Stars strikers.
I'll take Welbeck because
man like Wolves.
Yeah, I'll take Welbeck because he could drift out wide as well.
No, but AK, before we get to that, dude, let's this is what I'm going to say. You say that we didn't come and say we're gonna look at what the Zerbi said in his press conference. He said for the first 20 minutes,
first 17 minutes.
We suffered because United played in a way that we didn't think they would play. So he expected us to defend, but we actually came out to attack. So the plan was to attack.
Okay. So what happened? So the thing is that he reacted to you guys after 17 minutes, right? He actually changed his midfield. No,
he didn't react.
He did. That's when he said dominating the game. But you guys,
you know what, Emmy? You know why they were dominated? Because they scored first. That's why
nobody did. Oh my God, Chimmery,
man, yo.
Excuses, Chimmery.
Nah, this is crazy.
That Zerbi found out in 17 minutes that his team was struggling. He changed the midfield structure.
He changed the midfield. Come on, bro. What are we doing?
He got Gross and Mitoma and the Ivorian guy. He told the Ivorian guy to start
Pascal Gros.
Yeah,
who is Liberian?
He told the Ivorian guy. The guy that played right wing for them today, he's an Ivorian.
Adingra.
Yeah, he told that guy to come into midfield and become the extra man in midfield and cause people like Casemiro and this guy to.
But that guy is a jewel in the rock.
And do you know what happened? He now told Lamptey to also push up and come closer to Mitoma. Immediately he did that.
Lamptey
could not react.
Lamptey bowled today. Lamptey played well today on the left.
He told Lamptey to move up, and Lamptey is a right-footed player playing as a left. My question to you, Chimere, is this, right? After 17 minutes, this guy Zerbi found out that his team was struggling, made adjustments. He scored in the 30 minutes. You guys did not adjust after he made the adjustment in the 17 minutes. You just, I don't know what happened.
Did I tell you about that?
Okay,
they had just did not do anything. They had just kept on looking at his team like, what's going on? What's going on? Like, they had felt like a spectator. Today.
So what was the adjustment? So you want Eriksen to become a high press player?
No, see, you have to give your team a chance.
Now you know what Chimere is saying is fine, but I think after a year in the job, I think that's the problem, man. I think if this was Ten Hag's first season and the manager's coming at a press conference and we saw what they done after 20 minutes, we changed it, and now he can't change against Brighton.
Ten Hag gonna get it, man. Ten Hag gonna get it.
After 1 year, man, that's disappointing, man.
I'm not saying Ten Hag is a bad
2 pre-seasons,
man. That, bro. You were dominating
this guy
in the first 17 minutes. In the 20 minutes, made adjustments.
Tell me the adjustment. Tell me the adjustment.
Yeah, but they're bringing on James Milner. It's not like they're bringing on James Milner to make adjustments. It's not like they've got the Brighton are still Brighton, man. Let's all get our feet back on the ground. It's not like they've got Lallana. Do you know what I mean?
No,
You're saying, what can you do?
Happy.
Eriksen probably walks into their starting 11. Casemiro does. Like, it's not bright. You're making out like Brighton are like we had no answer. They had they had Messi, Neymar, and you know what I mean?
That's not what I'm. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking
No,
about.
what Chimere is saying
I'm not
is that
talking
what
about. I'm not talking about.
adjustment
I'm not talking about individual
did
player
Eric Ten
quality.
Hag have?
But you're saying like, what can he do? Like, he's still got players on that bench that
No,
can
that's
make
not
a
what I'm
difference.
saying. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about individual player quality. I'm talking about you look at the players we have on the pitch. So you want so when Brighton scored the first goal, so the game plan would be a way to press them high, gain the ball back, and keep possession.
It was
Okay,
1-0.
so
It was 1-0
is Eriksen going to become a
half.
high press player all of a sudden? You don't think that this is? You don't think that maybe a Mount or Amrabat would be useful in this kind of match? Maybe that's why you wanted to go for those players because you know that was like a
You're at home, man. You're at home, man. Mount.
No.
Anyone looking for Mount to save them at home, you're in trouble already, man.
Oh no, no, you don't know what you're saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Chimere. How can you be asking for Mount in this kind of match?
Nobody has told me the adjustment yet. I'm waiting for it.
No, see, Chimere, the guy switched to play you guys 1-to-1 marking. He actually trusted. He told his team, go and mark them 1v1. Make them uncomfortable. Make them make heavy touches.
That's what he does to everybody.
And you guys,
he plays the same way.
And you know what? That is where your manager would have been like, okay, they want to do 1-to-1 marking. Where are my wingers? Rashford, and who is the other guy playing on the right? You know what?
Bruno, supposedly.
Was he Bruno? Okay, you know,
it was no way. It was like a diamond. It was
a diamond he was playing today.
It was a diamond. It was a diamond.
Yeah, I would have told my wingers and my fullback stay wide. You know what?
There was no winger. It was a diamond.
Okay, that's fine. I'll tell my fullbacks stay wide. Make the field as wide as possible because they want to play us.
You mean like a diamond collection, eh?
So that you know what? And you know what? De Zerbi actually did the opposite to you guys. As soon as he was like, okay, we're now getting the possession. You know what? I'm going to tell my fullback, a Lamptey, and the Ivorian guy, stay wide, no midfield. Let Gross and Lallana stretch that midfield, and let it be like there's nobody there. Guess what? Man, will keep running and chasing us all around their field, and guess what? We'll find a space to penetrate and score. And they just kept making those vertical passes.
That's what they do.
You guys could
react. Emmy, that's what he does to everybody. He waits for you to press, and then they score. They counter off. That's what Brighton does. They pass around and wait for you to press.
Are you telling me that?
I can't believe Chimere talking about Brighton like
Eric
this.
Ten Hag had 2 weeks to think about this match. 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's true.
He had 2 weeks to think about this game.
Eric Ten Hag cannot coach. I don't know why you guys are over analyzing this.
I don't understand how you can give this guy. How can you make excuse for this guy? He had 2 weeks to think about this match.
No, because you guys keep talking about offense. We're gonna attack this way. Nobody's told me defensively how we're gonna get the ball back.
Listen, Chimere.
Nobody's told me that.
Let me tell you something. Hold on.
Why we talking about offense?
Ten Hag doesn't have the technical acumen. He has the look, which is great. It's part of the game. You understand? Like, if Ten Hag is staring at a game, now I know there's nothing he's thinking about.
So when he came back against City, he had no tactical acumen, right? What are we talking about, man?
No, but in a game like today, come on, man.
Because of one game against Brighton, who beaten everybody, we're gonna throw him off. What are we doing, man? Like, come on.
Chimere, you can't see Chimere. You know what it is, yeah. You know what it is. No, can I speak for a minute?
No, because everybody keeps saying adjustment, but nobody's telling me defensively what we're gonna do.
No, Chimere. You know what it is.
Sorry, man. Ten Hag is gonna get it, man. Ten Hag has been showing. Listen, Ten Hag. Let me even say something else. Nana, my brother, I know you want to go.
Yeah.
Ten Hag's glory has been overshone by the fact that he plays for a flagship club. He's been enjoying that tide, that Man U tide. So when you analyze Ten Hag, you analyze him with the cushion. You know that the philosophy of Fergie time. You can apply that to when you're talking about Ten Hag. You don't really look at Ten Hag because he has the Man U thing going. But if you look at Ten Hag as a coach, strip that whole thing and look at how Ten Hag manages a 90-minute program. That guy doesn't know his left from his right.
So against Barca when we're losing 1-0, he didn't change the game.
No, in a game like today, I think
against Man City.
What I'm asking is why didn't he react today? Why didn't he react?
Why didn't he not react?
Because he didn't react today, man. Does that make him a trash coach?
No, I'm just saying you're playing at home.
What do you mean at home? We were at home against City. We reacted.
Forget City. City and Brighton are different teams.
You just lost Arsenal.
So one game he's been. So this game he's been our coach. He's a trash coach.
But you guys just lost to Arsenal,
Pep hasn't
right?
been a coach. Klopp hasn't been a coach.
1 minute. 1 minute. No. 1 minute. This because I wanted to speak for a minute. Chimri, bro. I don't know what's going on with you, but listen, you need to wake up because here's the thing, right? It's not you're saying one game, yeah, all right. You're saying 5 games even. It's the early start to the season, yeah. That's cool. But I've been a member of Chelsea. I've been a fan of Chelsea for a very long time. I've seen what happens when you win a trophy and all of a sudden you're gaslit into thinking that someone, for example, someone could do. Remember last season or a couple of seasons ago when all the Chelsea fans were saying, "Oh yeah, Tuchel will back the guy no matter what." Oh yeah, coach this. Remember that?
Not me, but I remember.
Yeah,
remember
that.
I'm not saying.
Wait. Let me finish. Chimwe, remember that. I don't remember what you were saying. Remember what you were telling me about this guy Tuchel saying, "Oh, not to say that he was a bad coach. That's not what you're saying, but to say, oh, he doesn't get the allure or claim of one Champions League for him to have the rights to coach this and do that. And then all of a sudden now, United, you had an awful season previously. Ten Hag wins the Carabao Cup. That there's a feel-good factor there. Bro, we have to address how he started the season. It's been a poor start to the season for United.
It's been a poor start, yeah. It's
been a poor start to the season. And all I'm saying is that okay, this game you were second best. It was clear you're second best. Arsenal, to me, yeah, okay, there was injuries, yes, but for me, you're still second best that game. Spurs, okay, it was 50-50. It didn't go your way. And then what was the game after that? It was Wolves, and then Nottingham Forest.
It was a comeback win. They started with Wolves.
Yeah, it was a comeback win.
Game against Wolves. The Wolves.
Yeah, it was a comeback win against Nottingham Forest, and Wolves. You should have lost the game, but you won. Okay, that's cool. But
Liverpool should a lot of City won games they should have lost. But why does Pep get penalized for that?
100%. But you're only good at okay. Nah, we'll wait and see.
No. I'm not saying I'm not saying Tenn is the best coach in the world. That's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying that.
But I'm looking at things because I'm saying I watched the team in the daylight. I'm saying everybody keeps saying Tenn Hag this, Tenn Hag do this, do that, and I'm looking at the players we have on the pitch. I'm not saying we have a better team than Brighton. I think
let me actually see who you guys had today.
What I'm saying is based because everybody keeps telling me offensively how we going to attack Brighton. But if you look at the game, there were opportunities there for players. The decision making was poor. Was it not?
Maybe because I'm looking at it from a fan's perspective. So maybe I'm not gonna act and say
Here we go. Glass half full, glass half empty. Here we go with the same rhetoric.
If you
look at the game,
if you look at the bench in Manchester, it was really poor. They had Garnacho, they had Martial, they had Pulisic, they had one back.
I don't know why you're picking. Why are you trying to pick apart the glorious stuff when there's no glory?
What do you pick apart? Pick apart what?
You're trying to make it sound as if
you guys were telling me. You guys were telling me all this last show. He's good. He's the next De Boer. Man, you are done after the 2 games last year. Remember what I told you guys last year? Remember what I said? So I'm just saying, man.
I'll be very concerned. That's what I'm saying. I'll be concerned. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying no. I'm saying I am. No, I know. As a matter of fact, I am concerned. I think it's going to be a long season.
If you say you're concerned, then yeah, okay, that's fine. That's
no,
fine.
but based off
a lot of Man U's performance, right?
Okay, you want me to? Okay. Let's say I think Tenn Hag is hopeful. Okay, cool. Who's the next manager coming in?
It's not about who's the next manager.
Who can do a better job than him?
No. You don't do it that way. If you do it that way,
how do you do it? You just hire anybody.
The way you do it is, if he's leaving, why is he leaving?
Because he's not the right man for the job. If he's leaving.
So why do you think he's not the right man for the job?
No, I'm not saying no. I never say he's not the right man for the job.
No, but it's rhetorical.
If let's say he leaves, why do you think he left? Chimere, question for you.
Because he wasn't cut out for it tactically.
How?
But that's you want him to go into specifics and
That's not what you were saying.
No, I'm not. No, Blas. I'm not saying Ten Hag is the best coach in the world because there's things I see from him that I don't like personally. But I'm looking at things in perspective, and I'm not going to be one of these guys. I'm never going to be one of these emotional guys to come and say, "Oh man, this coach is." I'm not saying if you do that you're a bad fan. I'm never going to be one of these guys to just say this coach is trash. Get this guy. I didn't do that with Oli, as you know, NK. So I'm not going to do the same thing with Ten Hag. I'm consistent. I didn't do it with Oli either, as you know. So I'm not going to do it with Ten Hag and be like, oh, he's the worst coach. Get him out. Sack this guy. He doesn't know what he's doing. Because it's not just because, like I told you, even when we had Oli, NK, remember, it's not just the.
So why is it okay to call Frank Lampard trash on the first day?
Why? Because Lampard is trash, bro.
You see?
That's up to you, bro.
It's more comfortable to call Frank Lampard. This is the same thing that you see how it's all coming full circle. Francis, my brother.
No, Blas, you're a Chelsea fan. Francis, call him trash. That's up to you. That's not my call. You know what I mean? Like I'm just saying. Big up, Chris. I'm just saying I've never called as a United fan, I never called Oli trash. I never called Ten Hag trash. I never called Mourinho trash, even though AK thinks I did. I never did. I never called Van Gaal trash. So I'm doing the same thing I did with every manager because it's not just the manager.
Yeah, but it still doesn't make you a saint because you can call someone trash without calling them trash.
No, I never said that. I actually like Ten Hag as a manager. I think he's the best manager we've had since Mourinho, in my opinion. Just me personally.
I don't think Casemiro is there in January, man.
No, Casemiro, no. See, this is the thing. Casemiro. No, Blas, this is the thing. We gotta. This is the thing. Casemiro's a poor. No, Casemiro's a poor, but we gotta.
Casemiro.
Because
we gotta Casemiro.
No, Blas, we gotta cool down. But this is the thing with players when it comes to early season, we have to kind of relax a little bit because Casemiro's had poor starts before, even Madrid. And ended up rounding out to form. So we have to relax a little bit.
No, but a player like Casemiro, because of his age and everything, you have to use him accordingly. He's one of those players where you can actually manage his minutes the most because you're trying to get the highest level of efficiency from the way he plays. You don't want to burn him out. That's why these coaches are also coaches and managers at the same time. You're supposed to be able to figure out all these nuances, right?
Well, let me ask you vote with your feet first. He said, "Why don't I ever call out?"
Sorry?
Why don't I ever call out? He said, "Why don't I ever call out the Glazers?" That's what I'm gonna say, man. Like I'm gonna keep it real when it comes to that. I've never been one of these United fans.
Man U has been Chimere. I don't know. I don't know why you're dancing around the fact. Man U has been trash.
No, Blue Eyes. Let me answer this question.
Chimere, it's not because you lost today. But what I'm saying is today, that's why I said today was kind of poetic justice for Sancho.
Oh no, because
you lost today.
No,
you guys have been trash.
No, we've been poor all season. I think it's gonna be a tough season to get top 4 this year.
Well, everybody's gonna have a tough season. But all I want to tell you and remind you is that Man U has been trash. There is no.
Oh yeah, dude, we've been bad.
No technical mistakes. You just been trash. You've been beat around the place, man.
No, I'm not beating around it. I never said we haven't been bad.
No, not you. I'm just saying the way any team plays you and beats you is you get slapped around.
No, but I'll never come out and just say me. I'm not one to just come out and say, "Oh, this team is garbage. This team is trash." Even with Chelsea. No, Blue Eyes. Even with Chelsea.
Beat down on you, brethren.
No, Blue Eyes. Even with Chelsea, I don't do that when I analyze your games. I don't come out and say, "Oh, you guys are bad."
No. The reason why I'm doing this is because you still don't want to accept that you guys were trash.
No, Blue Eyes. I knew we were bad, but I'm not gonna just come out and say, "Oh, United's bad." So that's the end of the conversation. It doesn't work like that. I have to speak as a fan for what I see on the page.
Let's talk about Onana.
I got to speak as a fan for what I see on the pitch also. And I'm not gonna just come out and say,
I have a question for you, my brother.
No, I mean I'll be all right. I think it's never.
You have
I always think it's never
a different temperature for every game. The last game you said this, now you're saying something else. I wonder what happens next.
I never think it's as bad as it seems, honestly. Like even I'm being honest, even for you Chelsea fans, I never think it's as bad as it looks, if I'm being honest.
Chimere, I have a few questions for you, my brother. I want you to answer me honestly. Okay? The first question is, you being a Man U fan, do you actually think that Ten Hag is the right manager to take you to that next level?
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know.
What is your feet, eh?
Because if you were asking me this last year, I would have said yes. But now I don't know. Because I'm gonna be honest, the beginning of the season, I haven't liked a lot of the choices he's made, a lot of decisions he's made, especially tactically.
Okay.
So that's what's giving me pause. But as you know, your mind can always change based off what you see. So I have to see more.
Do you know why I asked that question, Junior?
Mm-hmm.
For two reasons. The first reason is, in terms of world-class coaches, you had Van Gaal and Mourinho, correct?
Yep.
All right, those two were
And
definitely
both
world class.
Yes. And do you guys remember when Mourinho won the Europa League, and I think he won a cup?
Yeah, he won the Europa
Carabao
League with
Cup.
United,
And he finished
he won
second.
the Italy
And he
Cup, Carabao Cup.
No, he
Yeah,
finished
and
second the
and he,
next year. Yeah.
do you remember what he said in his interview?
It's
He
his
said,
greatest achievement.
This is my greatest achievement. Mourinho said that, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking to myself, this is a deeper issue than Ten Hag. The reason why I say this is the whole team from A to Z needs an overhaul. I'm talking about the bench and the players. I'll tell you why I say that. When Ten Hag was approached to actually come to Man United, right? He wasn't approached to just be a coach that wins just now, just like how Abramovich used to be. He was a coach that was brought to Man United to bring a new philosophy. Why? Because all the coaches like Oli, Ragnick, for the short time he was there, Mourinho, Van Gaal, they tried to, in a way, put a plaster on or bandage the wounds that Man United had. They couldn't install no philosophy. So Ten Hag was brought in to install a philosophy. Within the first 5 games, the guy realized that I cannot install a philosophy. So what did he do? Do you remember when he was having dinner with Ferguson constantly, right? And every time he was having dinner with Ferguson, I'm sure he was getting advice from Ferguson. No. Let's be honest. He was getting advice because Ferguson is his history in Man United is well known. So I'm sure he was asking him, "What shall I do?" And that's a fair question to ask, especially for a legend like Fergie, right? This shows me that if he cannot actually instill his philosophy, and because of what you said earlier, which is he's just bandaging the wounds by trying to play counter-attack and changing his philosophy just to get results, do you think he's going to last? Is he going to be the coach that's going to take you to the next level? I don't think so, personally, Jim.
Well, my thing is, if he's not the answer, then who is? Because personally, I'm going to be honest with you. If he can't be the answer, then I don't think anybody can.
No. But what I mean is, I'm not pointing the finger at him by himself. I said, if you look at the list of coaches you had after Fergie, right? Simple example. Look at David Moyes when he came in, right? As soon as he finished 6th, they didn't even give him time. Straight away, they told him, get the fuck out of here. Why? Because Man United was brought up in a way through Fergie, which is we are Man United. We compete for titles. We compete for the league every year, right? So every coach that came in since David Moyes have been trying to bandage the wounds. If every coach is going through the same issue, right, and bandaging the wounds can help you maybe one season here, one season there, and stuff like that, but not consistently. That means the issue is not the coaches. The issue is the players. I'm talking about the ones in the bench and the ones playing. So if Ten Hag cannot be that guy, then I think there needs to be a complete overhaul. And now that you guys are going through FFP, right, it's going to be a long, long season, Jimmy.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
And also, as a fellow African brother, I have to welcome you to the trenches. Welcome to a mid-table conversation, my brother. God bless you.
Guled, you are sick in the head. So, guys, I want us to round up with this.
We've been here.
I'm gonna come to Guled. I'm gonna come to you on this. The FIFA best, the top 10 nominees for the FIFA best. The nominees. After watching the nominees, who do you think is gonna win the FIFA best? Because the Ballon d'Or for me is gonna be Lionel Messi, because of the World Cup and everything. For me, World Cup is very big. It's something I rate very highly. So I don't think, as much as Haaland won the treble, I think Lionel Messi will win the Ballon d'Or. But the FIFA base is a little bit complicated. It's also part of FIFA's part of the World Cup too. Who do you think? And I'm happy and congratulations. Since 1995, Victor Osimhen is the first player in Nigeria national team to be nominated in Ballon d'Or. I think he's the first African, if I'm not mistaken. So congrats to Victor Osimhen making it to the top 10 in terms of.
Abdullah, what about George Weah in 97?
And George Weah after 1995.
Didn't Eto'o make like top 3?
It's 95. Yeah, he made top 10.
I thought it was 97.
97. Is it 95 or 97?
I thought he was that time he was playing for AC Milan, right?
Yeah, I think no, he played in this in 1995.
Yeah, but until 1997, right?
I believe so. Yes, 1997. So George Weah is already after George Weah. No African players has kind of made that list, and kudos to him.
Eto'o has made it.
Yeah, that's true though.
Yeah, Eto'o made it.
Eto'o 1/3. But let me just say, in Nigerian national team though, we have gone far. We've gone far, and the only way we can go is upper, not lower. And if you can, like I said, if you can stay injury free, he is the only player in my home book that can challenge Erling Haaland when it comes to goal scoring for me. If he can stay fit, he needs to stay fit, because if he doesn't stay fit, there is no way you can have that conversation. But when he can stay fit, he will score goals when he plays for him. That's why I need him to come to the GP line, go toe to toe with Haaland, and let's see. But go ahead, top 10, the best. What do you think is gonna win it? Are you happy with the nominees? I'm like, somebody needs to go out.
To be honest with you, Abdullah, I'm not even familiar with the FIFA nominees. I know the Ballon d'Or ones. But can you tell me the top 10?
Okay, let me find it. The top 10. Okay, keep talking. Let me find the top 10. Top 10.
Are we going to do the preview for the game tomorrow as well, Abdullah?
Yeah, we're gonna end up with the preview. Yeah.
Cool.
And also, I'm not even supposed to bring up this, but since you brought up Osimhen, apparently, and guys, don't shoot me down for this, but apparently, our club, Chelsea Football Club, has already had a personal agreement terms agreed with Osimhen for next summer, and also they have agreed with Napoli.
Where do you see that from? I know that I've seen the report about the agreement.
How much was the price?
How much? He has a release clause. How much is this?
To be honest, they didn't say anything about the price. They said they kept it under cover.
Yeah, but Fabrizio came out and said there's a release clause in the Osimhen's contract. It's gonna in June, July. That release clause will be triggered by any.
I thought they said we're going for Tony, but honestly,
yeah. But this is the funny thing, Kenny, because if it's an undercover agreement, right? I think they don't want other clubs to actually start bidding and turn it into a bidding war. So if they already made an agreement, then I think they'll pay the release clause.
I like Osimhen, but it's not worth it.
Osimhen is worth it to. I can invest anything on it.
It's not worth it.
You can't say that.
I'm investing on my boy. Leave my boy alone. I can do anything.
You see on this, the same guys that were rejecting Vlahovic this season is going to have a better season than Osimhen. People are going to flip flop.
I don't think so. We'll see.
People are going to flip flop and they're going to say, "Oh, maybe if we should have gone for Vlahovic when we have a chance."
I prefer Osimhen. I've been saying it.
You see at the end of the season, Vlahovic is going to have a better season than Osimhen.
I'm going to say it again. I think Osimhen will be the top scorer again this season.
They definitely won't. Did you see what happened there? Anyway,
yeah. For me, I think he will challenge Lautaro Martinez to be the top scorer for me. He will score goals. That I'm confident in, because now I believe if he can stay injury free, hopefully, and
But Abdullahi,
Mm-hmm.
Kenny actually made a great point, because if you look at the way Juventus are playing now, I don't know why or how they changed the way they used to play under Allegri. But since the preseason, these guys are playing football.
Oh.
Like it's not anymore quick counter. You know how Allegri used to play? Quick counter and defend, and then find Cuadrado as soon as possible and get to the transition to find the striker.
Yeah,
the striker will be all alone up front. They're not playing like that this season.
Oh, yeah. So I think this is the result for the for the men favor the best in terms of men. So because there's a goalkeeper, there's a coach, there is a coach for male and female, and there's also for the male and female. So there's also a players too. Let me find it. Where did I?
Okay.
Yeah. Better. Okay. The top 10 is Julian Alvarez, Marcelo Brozovic, Kevin De Bruyne, Ike Gundogan, Erling Haaland, Rodri, Kivisha Kvaratskhelia, Kylian Mbappe, Lionel Messi, Victor Osimhen, Declan Rice, and Bernardo Silva.
What is Declan Rice and Brozovic doing there?
I don't know.
Yo, if you look at the date they're saying, I think Declan Rice has a better case than certain players on the list.
Is it because he won the Europa Conference, Kenny?
I think so.
No, but the thing is, if you look at the dates, this doesn't include the World Cup. So the date
it doesn't include the World Cup. So for me, Haaland will win it.
It's from December to like August. So
August,
first of all, I don't know why Alvarez is on that list, because if you don't count the World Cup, the guy was a backup striker. Why you putting a backup striker in the top 10?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
So, Bullet, in this list now, who's your top 3? And who do you think will win it?
My top 3. Okay, so there's no World Cup involved. Goodness gracious. Man.
Alvarez, Brozovic, KDB, Gundogan, Haaland, Rodri, Kvaratskhelia, Mbappe, Messi, Victor Osimhen, Declan Rice, and Bernardo Silva.
Well, the top 3, since there is no World Cup, there have to be at least, for me anyway, there have to be at least 2 Man City players.
So are you going to Rodri, KDB, or Rodri, Haaland?
No, I have to be completely honest, because who was more influential in the Champions League from the quarterfinals onwards? KDB or Gundogan?
Rodri.
No, I know Rodri, but I'm thinking about the second one.
I think Rodri, because KDB was injured in the final.
Okay, but Gundogan was playing, right?
Yeah, Gundogan was playing, but he didn't have much impact than the impact Rodri has for me.
No, Rodri for me is number 1.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna deny the guy.
But the problem is I can't put Alan, because Alan ghosted in semis, he ghosted in the quarterfinal, and he also ghosted in the round of, he scored in the round of 16 when they play Lights Big. He scored 5 goals, and since then he just ghosted. He wasn't able to score. Even in the final, he had his chances he missed. So it's complicated.
Okay, you know what? I'll give you my 3, and then I'm going to tell you the 3 that they're going to go for.
Okay. Give me
my 3. Yeah, my 3 is going to be Rodri, Mbappe.
Okay.
Chai.
Mbappe and who?
I'm thinking. Because it's his last. I think it's his last.
You have to factor Champions League into it. You know that, because there's no World Cup in this one.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna do that for me, I'm gonna choose that Haaland either from Mbappe, because Haaland won the UCL, and in his first debut season for Man City.
But the guy didn't do anything since the quarterfinals, I believe.
I know, but you can't forget the Premier League season, in his first debut season.
Okay, I'm gonna say now. Okay, since I've said I'm gonna say my one first. My one is Rodri, Mbappe, and Messi. Now I'm gonna give you the 3 that I think they are gonna go with. The 3 they're gonna go with is gonna be definitely Messi, definitely Haaland, and they should give it to Rodri, but I got a feeling they might not even nominate him as third. I think they're gonna go for Mbappe because they need to pass the baton. It's like passing the baton to the future so-called stars, and the stars are gonna be Haaland and Mbappe. And I think they're gonna give it to Haaland because, to be honest, first of all, he's European, and Europe. Let's be honest, they need a face. Europe needs a face at this moment because everything is not working for Europe at the moment, even political, everything. So I think they will go for Haaland because he's the face of EA, I mean FIFA, and also because of what he did. I mean, scoring that many goals with no first touch. I mean,
do you see any chance of Osimhen making it to the top 4, top 5 in this list?
It's gonna be tough, man.
Because he was the top scorer of the Scudetto last season, and he won the Scudetto. So,
no. Look, on paper, he has a shot to be top 4 for me.
Wait, are they gonna do it after the Africa Cup of Nations? No, Africa, because in the Africa Cup
should be
of
in
Nations.
February.
No. I'm not talking about the tournament. The nominees is gonna be in December. It's gonna be in December. Who wins it? And according to the report, it's gonna be Osimhen. Osimhen will win it in December.
What, the African Player of the Year?
Yeah. It's gonna be in December before the Nations Cup goes stage.
You deserve it.
And I think Osimhen will win it. So does that factor into the situation or not?
No, it doesn't.
That's an interesting question. But I think the African Player of the Year, fair enough. I think it's gonna be between him and Salah anyway. But the FIFA Player of the Year, I think it's gonna go to a European player, man. And to be honest with you, I would have said Mbappe. But what did Mbappe do between December 19 and August 22nd or something like that?
Interesting.
Nothing. So I would say Haaland.
Haaland. Kenny, your top 3. Looking at the list now, give me your top 3, and who do you think is gonna win it?
I think the top 3 is probably, with the dates. The top 2 should be Man City players.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be nominated in December, if I'm not mistaken. December, right?
Yeah, if you're from December 19th to August 20, it should be It should be 3 months.
When is it? When are they gonna choose the winner?
I think this is in February, but the date is like the voting is done already.
Okay, so the winner is gonna be nominated in February.
Yeah, but the voting is done.
Okay.
So for me, the top, if with the dates, because it doesn't include the World Cup, the 3 should probably be Haaland, like Rodri, and Gundogan.
Interesting. Haaland, Rodri, and Gundogan. Oh, Mbappe.
Yeah. No, and not even talking about yearly. No, I don't know. He hasn't done it. No. I think performance-wise, I think Haaland has been more impactful. I think Rodri was more impactful, and I think Gundogan as well was more impactful. And even Messi as well. No, but nah.
Messi didn't do too much for me though when it comes to club football. So, but when it comes to country, that's I can't argue if he wins the Ballon d'Or, because a factor World Cup. I will be shocked and surprised if Haaland wins the Ballon d'Or ahead of Messi. I will be shocked. I'm very shocked.
I won't be surprised because I don't know if they would want to give the Ballon d'Or to MLS player.
No. But Kenny, you have to factor World Cup. I'll be shocked if Haaland wins the Ballon d'Or ahead of Messi.
No, but the thing is that World Cup now, it's not FIFA. It's the Ballon d'Or is not with FIFA anymore. So I don't know if they're gonna. The World Cup is gonna be important, yes. But the thing is that usually when they vote for the World Cup, it's during the summer, so it's like just after the season. So now, but since the World Cup was like in winter, like at the beginning, so I think that probably when they were doing the voting, most people remember it was like, the treble. So a lot of these things is a lot of recency bias as well. Yeah, so I think the treble was probably more recent. So I think
for me, if Haaland if he wins the Ballon d'Or, dang, I'm like, okay, interesting. So because it's tough, because I believe the World Cup should count for me, because when Luka Modric won it, he made it to the final of the World Cup.
Yeah, but he didn't win.
Abdullah and Kenny, guys, think about this, right? Why would you think they would actually not even include the World Cup? because they're trying to set it up for Haaland. It's clear, man. It's clear, bro. It's politics now.
You don't want to give it to Haaland.
Yeah.
Interesting. So you tell him
No, but no, because the one they did this year included the World Cup already. They gave one this February 2023.
Yes,
and that included the World Cup. No, they gave it to they gave that one to Messi.
Which
the
one
last
is it?
one? The one they gave one in February 2023.
February, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
And they gave it to Messi, and that one included the World Cup.
Okay.
So that's why this one doesn't include the World Cup.
Interesting.
So I think they're gonna give it to it's gonna be Haaland. I think both Ballon d'Or and the best. I think both of them are gonna be Haaland.
Wow, imagine Haaland winning Ballon d'Or and winning the FIFA the best. In just one season. Chineke. So it means Osimhen and Mbappe needs to step up their game, man. They need to freaking step up, man.
I don't know about Osimhen, but Mbappe definitely.
I'm already investing my stock in 2024 with Osimhen. Just leave me alone. 2024. I don't want to hear anything about I've Tony.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like I watched Napoli. Like Napoli last year and this year is not the same. The manager changes. Nah. They're not winning. I don't think they're winning the league. They're not going for the Champions League.
I think Inter's gonna win it, man.
Inter really they're looking very good, but I'm not gonna write up Napoli. It's still early though. So let me read the charts. The same Sancho okay, we forget this one. So Rashford is not a killer. Let's not lie. He is not consistent and he does too much shooting on site sometimes. We were missing 5-starter. Let's not lie. Yeah. David De Gea is better than Andre Onana. Shot stopping, yes. Playing from the back, no. Blue Eyes, start eating on Ojland before you regret. Relax. Viton, so why is David De Gea jobless to this day? Chineke, that's straight bullet. Onana simply average and no one should be surprised. Average, maybe, we'll see. But I'll say good. I won't say average, but I'll say good. It is the back four that is not defending very well. It's hilarious. The same rival fans made fun of David De Gea now saying it was good shot stopper. De Gea race was made of
Weetabix.
Stop this. Now making a respect goalkeeper. Rashford IQ when he was 18. How is it the same? Man, that boy when it comes to decision making, is poor, man. It's poor.
No, but Abdullah, you remember when Chimeri was saying what Manu should have done, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're losing 1-0 and you're playing a diamond formation, you're playing at Old Trafford. You're not playing in, with all due disrespect, Stadium of Light.
Mm-hmm.
This is Old Trafford, If you're losing, change the formation to 4-4-2. Get Højlund close to Rashford.
Exactly.
Rashford was by himself on the wing, and Højlund was stranded.
Yeah, get him closer to each other so you can
Yeah.
you can pull out the defender. You can pull them out.
Exactly. And when you play 4-4-2, at least McTominay will cover for Casemiro. He won't be stranded either. I don't know what Ten Hag is doing, man.
Ten Hag is weird, man. Martial is playing like he has one of those dusty or oh my god, dog. Please don't do this. Vote, please. I beg, child. This one is harsh, man. How you doing, brother? SSB? I'm doing fine, though. International break. I hate international break because he's doing the hell out of me. But this is what it is. Yeah, it can happen.
I know you're listening. Please join, or we're gonna do the preview, my brother.
They had possession, but I can see where Abdul is coming from. Starting games, it felt like the other way. This was Brighton who lost McAllister and Caicedo. Yeah. What do you guys think of Ansu Fati? I think this Ebi can turn him around. Yes, but I still want to see more from him. He came in today and I was impressed with what I saw, but I still want to see more though. In Baka, Fati wouldn't even make that run where he makes today. It looked better. Yeah. De Zerbi improved Sassuolo so much in Italy. Yeah, De Zerbi is a good coach. Abdul, the top 8 club in England. Relax. Jimmy, if Baka come calling for De Zerbi, do you think it would have succeeded?
Absolutely.
I think he will because
I don't know. I don't know. I think
Okay,
people are overhyping him a bit too much. I think we need to
Kenny.
chill.
No, Kenny. Let me ask you a question. Apart from Klopp and Pep, which we know they have identity, and I would say last season Arteta, all the other teams, which is the club where you can say I can see a clear identity and the way of play?
It's Brighton.
No, he has identity, but identity is not everything. A lot of people said Tenn Hagg had identity at Ajax, and now does he have the same thing?
I never said
When you
that.
move, no, but most people would say that. The thing is that when you move from a certain club, what is done at Brighton and Sassuolo is cool. At Shakhtar as well. Moving to a top club, the pressures are different. The pressure is different, and the thing is that the type of player you're coaching as well is different. So when you go to a Brighton or Sassuolo, you can go there and coach them players. Like when you're going to Barcelona, these players they've won stuff. You haven't won nothing. So it's different type of environment. So just because he's just because he's doing very well at Brighton, doesn't mean he's going to automatically do well at Barcelona. It's too different. It's different. The pressure is different. But because at Brighton you can have a bad result, no one cares about it. When you lose a game at these top clubs, it's
problem.
It's different.
If the service coming after Crosshair, would they be playing like this? I don't think so though. Porter flex on Leon. He said, I ain't taking that job. Relax. Abdul, who do you rate as a bigger club, West Ham or Brighton? Guys, who do you think?
In terms of history, I would say West Ham.
It's West Ham.
West Ham for me. West Ham.
Yeah, in terms of history.
Let's not act like David Moyes didn't take De Zerbi to school last week. Oh my God, he finished him. David Moyes is a terrorist. When it comes to terrorism, it's David Moyes, man. I've never seen a manager as terrorist as David Moyes. I would say Mourinho, but my God in heaven, with the caliber of player David Moyes has, you are playing terrorism football. Ha, Chineke.
Of course, that's why he wants to get Marguire.
And that's the thing. Quickly, just on that one, Abdullah. Quickly, that's why I'm saying about Brighton. Yeah, they're doing well, and I agree with Kenny. This De Zerbi stuff is I agree with what Guled and some of the and Chimere was saying, Emmy was saying, but until Brighton still have to win a trophy. This is the thing. Everyone's they have to win a trophy. Look at David Moyes. Obviously,
if they win Europa League, then you can have that.
Then I will say, you know what? Fair enough. They've done something. Now I can put them there. But we've had this before. Teams in the Premier League that have had good runs. That Everton under Moyes back in the day when they had Pienaar and Cahill and Osman and all those type of players. Remember, they had Fulham. You had Fulham under Roy Hodgson. When they had Dempsey and Zoltan Gera. They had Dixon Atuhu. They had, Mark Schwarzer. We've seen mid-table teams attempt to break into the top 4, top 6, and we've seen all of this stuff. So, yeah, he's playing some good football. But Graham Potter was the guy who initiated. It was Chris Hughton. Then Graham Potter came in and took it to another level. And now De Zerbi's come in and still elevated it. So it's all of them. It's the club, the backroom team, the owner, the directors, and all those people. It's a club effort, but ultimately, football's about winning, man. So like all this, like we're losing. Some Chelsea fans, we're losing our minds over Brighton. Like, we just need to do what Brighton are doing. Come on, man. Let's be real. Like,
Cruz, you know what the issue is?
Let me go finish up the chat.
Sorry, one second.
We can be able to finish it up.
You know what the issue is? We are in trouble in the next 5 years, Cruz. Do you know why? Because all these coaches that we have, like Pep, Klopp, and I'm talking about world-class coaches, Ancelotti, and so on. After they are gone, there's no one to carry the baton, bro.
Yep.
No one to carry the baton.
There's
no world-class coaches, bro. It's gonna.
You never know. So someone might come out of nowhere. You never know.
Guys, I'm keeping my eye on Xabi Alonso. I'm keeping my eye on him. I like the way he plays football.
Yeah, coaches will always come. Look at you, Xabi Alonso.
The final coaches will.
Arteta came
yeah,
out.
They're not going to be historical. They're not going to be historical like the ones.
We don't know that.
We don't know that.
Oh, trust me, it's going to be.
So
let you have to come with your own philosophy.
Yeah, what is bigger club? West Ham or Brighton? Moyes and De Zerbi are both in a similar position but opposite philosophy. We'll see. Big of everyone. A question for you guys. Eventually, if Poch plays Chilwell next week and we banter by Bomo, we happen to Poch. See, I'm casting the post-match reaction if that happens tomorrow. I'm saying it right in life. I'm not doing the post-match tomorrow because I will get
cannot, man. We need to vent.
Man, I don't want to see. The last time I ranted was on Lampard. Kenny, you were there, 2021.
Yeah,
I broke 3 Samsung 55 smart. I'm not joking.
No. If he plays the Chilwell left wing, so I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, but guys, let's be honest. You saw the press conference. He's gonna play.
Press conference. I don't put too much on it, but we'll see. Why don't we hear Chimere all the Glazers? Glazers, I don't think that's the problem. They spend a lot of money. I don't think that's the problem though. Casemiro look like the whole Latin dude in the club. Oh, Chineke. Pascal Gross, very good player. I like him. Imagine Chelsea are trash today. Lord have mercy. Man United fans booed when Martial was coming on for Rasmus H.
Rasmus H.
Yes.
You can't say his last name, Chris.
I cannot pronounce that name. Let me just put it there. I can't pronounce that name. Abdullah is going to ignore Vlahovic's 2 goals against Lazio. Also, Jaja Feligi balled out. The player Poch turned down. You guys are like, I'm not a big fan of Vlahovic, but he's doing very well.
You're gonna regret that. I told you that we should have taken that deal, especially with Lukaku going the other. We should have definitely taken that.
When Poch said he doesn't want him, what do we do?
I agree. We should have taken it, but also that deal financially was absolutely horrific. Though I can't lie to you. Think about it.
And Cruz, Lukaku didn't want to go either. He fucked up everything before he even went there.
No, I would have done it. But I understand why the club didn't do it, man. That deal. What was it, Kenny? 45 million euros.
Yeah, 45 plus Lukaku.
But for me, it was all in. That's 100. If you think about it, that's 100. You're saying that Vlahovic is 130.
No, but that's like Lukaku is not worth right now. If Lukaku is probably worth 40, 45. So it would have been around 80, 90. And for me, the guy, obviously last year he had a down year, but for me, the guy still was like top finisher. And he just had a down year last year. But you can't.
Yeah, I'll take
his last 2 years before the last year, he had like 20 goals in the league. And last year he did have a down season, but he still scored like 19 odd goals. So
and he's young as
the
well.
He's young. He's only 23.
Yeah,
he's 23. Yeah. I think he's even younger than Osimhen. Like the guy is very young.
Yeah, but still, because you know what I like about this generation of strikers, we have a lot of strikers with different personality and different profile. Haaland, Boniface of Leverkusen, Harry Kane, Victor Osimhen, Vlahovic and co. Those are different kind of strikers. We're like, okay, they're different profile. Which makes me happy because if you look at those years when we are strikers, they were drug out because they were like Zola. I remember Drogba too. There was Anelka, Thierry Henry, who again? Diego Milito, Samuel Eto'o, who again? Filippo Inzaghi, Fernando Torres in Liverpool,
Andrei Shevchenko,
and Andres
Crespo,
yes. Who again?
Marcelo Salas.
Hey, the error of practice has gone down, man.
Zamorano.
Because I'm looking at
closer.
Yeah,
Mario Gomez.
What year are you starting from? Early 2000s, or if we're going early 2000s, man?
Yeah, I'm doing 2000 and to this year, man. That's
who remember that Parma team? Who remember that Parma team in Serie A?
Oh, with Thuram, Cannavaro.
Man, what a team!
That was a team.
Remember Roy Mackay? You guys remember Roy Mackay?
Yeah.
Roy Mackay.
Diego Tristan. Deportivo.
Them Deportivo.
And there's one guy I also love too. There's one guy I love too. He plays for the
Champions League semi-final.
Trezeguet.
Yeah. Like Benny McCarthy.
Benny McCarthy.
Yeah, the South African guy.
Yeah, he was
a lot of teams has produced a lot of strikers. This generation we have different profile of strikers. This generation.
That's why I told you guys. By the next 5 years, we are fucked.
Ludovic Julie, remember Ludovic Julie of Monaco?
Yeah, he wasn't a striker, but he was.
Yeah, I know, but he could play like he was like one of the first like not. He played like
a false nine.
Yeah, false nine. He was like one of the first false nines. Like he could play anywhere through the middle. Like he could play 6 all the way up to number 9. But he was
even in Barcelona when he played with Saviola.
Yeah, Saviola, Argentinian. Hey. Nah, it's sad, man. It's sad.
Because the
quality has got.
I mean, the strikers market has been dead. It's been dead.
Oh, it's disgusting.
I miss those strikers eras, but right now it's been dead.
No, but let's even some of these strikers, like they were good, but they had like couple prime years, but like they died down quickly as well.
But you know what I agree, but you know what it is, these guys passed the eye test. These, you know, it's a lot of
the eye test.
They don't pass that. The basic eye test. They don't pass it. They don't. The basic eye test.
Exactly, because if you remember Drogba, then in his first season it was crap. You see his second season, Drogba finished everybody in that league. Everybody.
And Drogba's stats, and people always talk about his numbers weren't great. Like his numbers to this day are not great, but he passed the eye test, man. Like, and that's the problem.
Nowadays, like passing the eye test is not enough. Now people want the GA. They need the stats.
Yeah, because football's become more of a the word?
But look at it this way.
More functional. It's become more functional.
It's more of a system.
Alan doesn't pass eye test for me, but he score goals. That's my problem. Alan, see, that Man City team can create 10 chances. Alan will miss 7 and will miss 9 and will score 1. He will score 1.
Literally, the best striker in the world
is
a robot.
Like
the best striker in the world is a robot. That says everything.
Today he missed like a couple chances.
He missed more than 6 chances today. More than 6.
Who, Haaland? I didn't see the highlights.
Yes, Haaland. He missed more than 6.
He missed like 2. Like he missed like 2 open goals.
He should have scored hat-trick in the first half. He missed
in the first half.
He does miss quite a few, isn't he? I realized he does. But the thing is,
obviously, they just keep creating chance.
And I feel sorry for him sometimes because he should get the ball more. He gets maybe a lot of chances, but there's still times where they don't pass him the ball because they're still trying to move it around. I've seen him running off the shoulder, and I'm like, yo, they passed it to him just now, they would have been in.
Before we could talk about Chelsea, there was a guy I was happy to get to Jeremy Doku. That guy is a baller. That guy is a baller. Jeremy Doku. I like that guy.
We should have got him, man, instead of
that boy.
Instead of Misha.
I heard the story that Lukaku told him not to go to Chelsea when he was at Anderlecht.
Yeah,
in Anderlecht. Douglas, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, Kenny said it. Lukaku fucked up everything.
Now, honestly, I think it's best for him that he didn't come to Chelsea because
that guy.
Anyway, we have Misha anyway.
That guy can play ball. That guy can ball. That guy can ball.
Misha.
Oh, but you see, people laugh about that. I'm sure if Doku would have gone to Chelsea and Mudryk would have gone to Man City, I'm sure people would be saying, "Oh, I wish we would have bought Mudryk or something like that." I don't just think that some of the players, I don't think all of the players we've bought are there.
No, Kenny, let's be fair. If Poch is a smart coach, tomorrow we have to start Mudryk and let him play the whole game.
Wow, really?
You know why, Cruz? Because this guy always comes in the last 10 minutes, right? At least now let him get a chance so that nobody says, oh, he wasn't given a chance.
I agree, but I think with big squads, Grilla, you have to be careful with meritocracy. You have to merit your position in the team. If we start trying to say, well, because Madueke would say, okay, cool, I'm a young player as well. I've not had a chance. I've not had a run of games. So just because, Mudryk's out of form, I scored in the League Cup. I scored a penalty. I won the penalty. And I haven't really had a start since then. So you have to be very careful with big squads and meritocracy. You have to merit your place in the team. That's my problem. People saying, just put Mudryk in and let him have a run. Yeah, I understand what the sentiment behind it. It makes sense. Get him up to speed. But then what are you saying to Cole Palmer? What are you saying to Madueke? Are you saying, okay, you don't have to play well, and we're going to make sure that this one guy does well, and we're going to stunt your development, even though maybe in training or in match days you're looking better than him. So you have to be careful with just getting someone to play.
I get what you mean, but Palmer can start as a number 10, right? And also on the left-hand side, let's be completely honest, Madueke plays on the right. And Sterling
But
has been
why can't Madueke play on the left? I've seen that, but why can't Madueke play on the left? Why
I don't
can't?
know, bro. I don't know. And he's a left-footed guy. I don't know what Poch is thinking.
Because Sterling's gone on the right and he's looked like a better player. And because he's just getting down the line and crossing the ball. I don't get why we just don't have two players, left-footed person, right-footed person. Just go down the line and cross the ball, cut the ball back for Jackson. But I
He
don't
doesn't
know.
want to play Madueke on the left, and Mudryk is ambidextrous. He uses 2 feet.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking at least, okay, tomorrow give him a game since you gave game to Madueke against Wimbledon in the League Cup. At least give this guy a game. Let's see if he fucks up tomorrow.
We shall
Then he can go on the bench.
we shall see. Guys, what are you thinking about tomorrow? Where's your head at, guys? Where are your head at?
I'm not confident, man.
Guys, I saw latest report today. I don't know if that is true. About the predicted lineup tomorrow. It's been linked already, but I don't know how true it is. It's gonna be a 4-2-3-1.
Bring it up.
Let me bring it up. I'm not sure if it is true or not, but I'm not sure. I saw the link report today, but you guys keep talking. Let me find it.
Okay.
I'm not sure how true it is. Not sure, but let me find it.
Who's in the 4-2?
I think one of Silva and Dizazi was dropped. One of them was dropped.
It's gonna be small. It's a small pitch. It's a compact pitch. There's not going to be a lot of space. That's why I'm worried about Mudryk, man. Mudryk tomorrow, there won't be a lot of space in behind. Bournemouth, it's a small ground. I think it's under 20,000 capacity. It might even be like 15, 18,000. It's a small ground, small pitch. This is going to take.
You remember last season? Last season in the second leg when we played Bournemouth in their home, and Mudryk played. He actually played a good game.
I can't remember that game.
You remember when Felix came on when Lampard was coaching us and he scored?
Oh yeah,
I
remember. Yeah.
At least Mudryk played that game and he played well.
Did he play the 90?
No, I think he played 70.
Guys, this is the predicted lineup I saw though. I'm not sure if this is true. Guys, this is.
Mudryk has never played 90 minutes.
Nah, never.
90 minutes is big.
Not even in Shakhtar. Not even in Ukraine. National team.
Guys, this is what I saw. How true is this? How true is this?
Excuse me?
This is the lineup for tomorrow. This is the probably lineup.
No. No way. If they play that, then
4-2-1-3.
Colwell left back.
So there is no Moses Caicedo.
It's gonna be on the bench. He's gonna come from.
No, I think because he came back from.
He came back late.
So they're starting Silva and Disasi, and they're both right-footed. Don't get this right.
No, it's not. Is this obsession with putting like a centre back at left back or?
No, but Silva is right-footed. Kenny, why is he playing left centre back?
But I'm not sure if it's gonna. But this is just the latest.
Silva's most guys played left centre back most of his career. Except at Chelsea, even at PSG, he always played left.
This is an interesting lineup for me. Gallagher and Enzo. It's not gonna work.
If I see Gallagher tomorrow, I'm not watching it.
God, Gallagher and Enzo together. No. This is.
I'm tired, man. I'm tired.
You low-key have to play. You low-key has to play him.
You know why he played this formation, guys? Because apart from Disasi, this is what worked for him in the preseason on Palma. So
I'd rather see Leslie.
Honestly, you know what?
I'd rather see Leslie next to Enzo.
I don't know about that. But you know what? I'd probably leave Cole left back and let Mudryk have the whole flank to himself. Because when he plays with Joel, like don't play well. You know, might as well leave Cole left back.
Why are you playing Cole left back? I don't get.
Honestly, the thing is that when Joel plays, especially with Mudryk, like I don't know why, like they don't play well because basically
Colwell doesn't attack Kenny.
Well, that's the thing. Might as well because the thing is that Mudryk doesn't really track back as well. Just leave this guy flying by himself.
That's my spot on. That is one of my big things with this guy as well. For someone who's not playing well, he doesn't work hard off the ball.
He definitely don't work hard. Yeah.
Yo, for someone so quick and so like fit, apparently he's always in the gym. he don't track back. When he loses the ball, he just does a little jog, and I'm like, yo. At least because Werner was having a tough time like this, and when Werner had a tough time, one thing he was doing was tracking back, running in behind, using his speed to just be a general nuisance. Do you know what I mean? This guy, he loses the ball and he just kind of jogging back, and I'm like, yo, I don't know, man.
We are fucked in that position because our brother Marguire doesn't track back either.
Yeah. To be fair, yeah, it's a tough one, man.
I don't think he's gonna bench Chilwell, man. That's his captain, bro.
But I think for me, Chilwell is on red zone for me though. Him not playing Chilwell tomorrow, I'm a little bit skeptical. For me, him not playing.
Abdullah, did you watch the press conference? There was a Nigerian
I did.
The Nigerian guy that asked him the question. Have you watched it?
Yes, I know. He said Chilwell is the best because he
you lost your last 13 away games for the last 6 years.
But guys,
Abdullah, did you read the PRs from these owners, the sporting directors?
I read it.
Rubbish, man.
I read it.
Cruz, you know what you call those people? Snake oil salesmen.
Sales management.
I'm telling you. They're
selling me a product already now to buy. Interesting. No problem.
Yeah, I don't trust that.
Guys, Gallagher and Enzo cannot work, man. They cannot work. I'm not convinced.
Now, to be fair to Enzo, because he played against Bolivia.
I'll rather play Leslie. Enzo. I'll play Leslie with Enzo for me instead of Gallagher because Leslie is more disciplined.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to see Gallagher, man. I'm not trying to escape. Gallagher's not the reason why we're not playing well, but I'm tired of these mediocre players, man.
He's not disciplined when it comes to that aspect. That's my word. It's not disciplined.
Yeah.
And you know the way Bournemouth is gonna play. When they score one goal, they'll go and defend. That's my problem. They'll go defensively. And now we have difficulties in breaking down defense. That's my issue.
So Palmer is gonna be a number 2.
Yeah, he has to be. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how he plays. This is going to be a big opportunity for him, man. This is a must-win game. I don't think if you look at the table, this game is massive because if we win this, we go into the top 8. I think we'll go into the top 8, and then our next game is who's our next game again? Our next game is quite a winnable game. It's Villa.
Aston Villa.
Do you understand? Our next few games are not.
Our next 4 games before the next international break are winnable.
And after Aston Villa, we go Brighton on the cup.
No, yeah, the Carabao Cup. I'm not worried. See, Guled, I'm not worried when it comes to Carabao Cup Brighton because we'll play them. So it's boys ball. We'll play them. We'll come out and play them. Yeah, you know the funny part. Brighton doesn't defend. It's gonna play into our own hand. They don't defend.
Yeah, but I'm not scared for the game. I'm scared for the personnel we're gonna play this game.
We'll see, though. We'll see. Hopefully, Sanchez doesn't play against Brighton because. Hey, Samasi, let me read this chat. Boniface is good to play in the last on Boniface. Draw incoming. I don't know. It gets start Chilwell as a winger again. Samasi plays and Berge plays.
You're right, Samasi. You're right.
Boniface is the way they gave Bayern Munich all kind of trouble. I like him, but is he a number 9 for me? He looks like an inside forward for me. I don't think he's an actual number 9 though. He is a good. I like him. Why did Chelsea reject Vlahovic? That goal for me today was insane. Bournemouth coach is not defensive. Yes. Our next match is Aston Villa. Yes. We will lose to Villa at Villa. Don't do this, please. Draw against Cowell. Relax.
And that's one thing about tomorrow as well. These set pieces, man. This team, it's not the best physical team. And I'm looking at Sterling, Palmer, Gallagher, Modric. This is the team.
He said Badiashile will be back for Aston Villa. So as Badiashile, in terms of set piece, I'm okay because if Badiashile is back next week for the Aston Villa match, that game.
No, but Abdullah, this is the game. If I'm telling you, I promise you now, if we don't win this game, the season is done. Forget it. It's a wrap. It's done. It's done, man. And we're not even playing for anything anyway. With the league we're not going to win the league. But the season is done.
Have you read what Begovic said?
Oh, yeah. What he said about the club.
Yeah, he's not lying, bro.
Yeah, people were getting pissed off, and I'm like, yo, what did he say that was wrong?
Not lying.
He didn't say anything wrong. I don't think he said anything wrong.
Yeah, he said we are a mid-table team.
Yeah.
We are a mid-table team.
Is it lying? It's not lying. No.
He's not lying, yeah. People were pissed off with what he said. I was like, why?
Poch is annoying me because Poch is talking too much. He's annoying me. He's talking too much. He's talking too much. Just do your job on the pitch. Stop talking, man. Just stop talking. Please stop. With this lineup, me, I am worried with this lineup. I don't trust these people, man. I'm worried, man.
Even Sanchez worries me. Why don't we play Petrovic?
That's true though, but we'll see. Petrovic will make his debut.
Did he make a save yet? He never made a save yet.
Guys, remember I said it yet. This game is
good. I will judge him. I will judge him when the defense is good. I will judge him then. Because
no, but at least he never made a game-saving save, Abdullah.
He looked a little of calamity, yes. But I will also judge him. That's why we have Petrovic, because if he messed up, Petrovic will take that spot. I still believe Sanchez will come good. I have no worry with Sanchez. He will come good.
And the guy cannot play from the back. The guy is useless.
Who?
Sanchez.
It's good from he can pass from the back.
No. Have you seen that game?
Because the reason is because new club, the new philosophy with patch and everything. Not that I'm backing Sanchez, but I still believe he's a better goalkeeper than Assualt. That's me.
Yeah. Oh, Kepa. Yeah. Oh, 100%. What? Yeah. Definitely. I'm so happy he's gone. And that's another problem with the club as well. Imagine Kepa was the captain. We put him on loan, and now the guy's saying, "Oh, I didn't want to be here when I was coming here last season. I wanted to go into the dressing room." This club is a joke. Honestly, there's so many problems, man.
He said it straight. He said, "I don't believe in the project."
Imagine that. And this guy was the captain. So if he doesn't believe in it, what kind of message was he giving out in training last year? No wonder why he finished 12th. Club is a joke. People praising Kepa being the captain. Oh, Kepa. Are you mad? And now look at this now. As soon as he left, I didn't believe in it. I didn't this. I didn't that. You can tell he's got no mentality. This guy's a guy who...
And with the way this ownership are behaving, they are very ruthless. They're selling anybody sellable. Chineke. They're selling anybody sellable. They don't even care.
As soon as he came up with that comment, the club said we are ready to sell him for 30 million.
Yeah. Look at people praising the club about Chalobah. Why doesn't Chalobah want to leave?
But this is the problem now. We have a problem with the striker dilemma because Jackson is going to have call in January. Are we going to rely on Borussia in January? That makes me worried.
We need to get him involved.
I said we should have both Vlahovic. That's what I said.
No, the club are looking at Ivan Toney and Victor Osimhen. They're looking at the two of them.
Osimhen is not coming in January.
He's coming in June. Maybe they're looking at him in June, but the problem is Ivan Toney will be available in January, and a lot of clubs want to buy him. Arsenal want to Yeah, Okuku will be back against Manchester United in November.
Yeah, I think they won't buy. I don't think they'll buy a striker because of Jackson.
Yeah,
they'll have Kunku and they'll have loads of wide players.
Borja as well.
Okay, Borja. Maybe we'll probably wait in June to buy Osimhen then.
Would they really buy how old is Tony?
The Chelsea want to buy Osimhen is 24, and this is what Chelsea are
because Tony is like 26. Don't they have like a policy that they don't buy players?
Yes, but the problem is Chelsea are waiting on the release clause of Osimhen before they can make a decision. That's what they're waiting for. Fabrizio said it's going to be announced before next year. He has Osimhen new contract. There will be a release clause in it in 2024 June next year. He has to be triggered. Whoever wants to buy him. The release class has to be triggered. I don't know. My belief, and the report is 150. That's the belief and the report. I don't know.
No way should Chelsea pay 150 for Osimhen. No.
Yeah, straight. I like him, but it's not that guy.
Bro,
I'm sorry.
Because the market.
Osimhen is not that guy.
I don't know. That's my belief.
So who would you guys want as a striker?
I want Osimhen.
I told you should have gone for the Vlahovic guy.
No, you.
I don't believe in Vlahovic. I want Osimhen.
I want Tony, man, but Tony's a risk because he hasn't played.
Yes, I will. Because guys, you guys are saying 150 for me. Osimhen for 150 for me. That's the transfer window is crazy, but Osimhen, that amount of money, I think for me, worth it, man.
It's not worth it.
No, come on,
Abdullah, man. We know you like the guy, but stop it with these tinted glasses. The guy is not worth.
I have invested so much stock on Osimhen. Please, let me cash my stock. Let me cash it in 2024. Let me cash my stock.
It's not worth.
150.
I didn't say it's gonna be 150. I'm just saying based on my own opinion and the
How much goals did he get last year?
29 goals.
In the league
Serie A?
or all comps?
In the league, in Serie A, 29 goals.
So you probably got like what 35 all comps.
Yeah, 35 World Cups, yes. 35 to 40 World Cups.
I'm still scarred from all these leagues, man. I'm scarred, man. I just want Premier League players, man. I'm scarred.
Bro, you are getting those you are getting the tested.
No. The thing is that I'm saying he's more in the league because when I saw Haaland, I was like, yeah, I know him. Pay whatever you needed, he's going to bang goals.
Oh yeah, Haaland's different. Yeah, definitely.
Osimhen, I'm not sure. I think if he's in a good system, he's going to bang, but I'm not sure about him.
See, I'll say right now, if Osimhen goes to Man City, he scored the same amount of goals Haaland is scoring right now, and even more than that.
Yeah, but that's Man City. We're not Man City. If he was Man City, if we were playing like Man City, yeah, bring me in the striker, it's cool, but we're not Man City right now. So I can't go on.
Who do you want as a striker?
Hmm?
Who do you want as a striker?
For me, like I said, most of these strikers, the price is crazy. That's why I said the Vlahovic deal was good. Because and now, just say now you're gonna see next season is gonna have a crazy season. Now you're gonna have to pay at least.
But you know, Kenny, that Vlahovic actually have a health issue as well.
Honestly, nowadays most of how much did this Gonzalo Ramos go for? He went for like 80. Like, that's crazy, man. Colomani went for 100 mil. Like what?
But what? Tammy swap deal for Lukaku?
Hell no, for nah. Tammy's not nah. I'm honestly the striker market right now. Right. Honestly, we just have to pray that Jackson comes good, and I don't know, maybe if you can get a Tony, maybe. I don't.
This is it for me.
Get them, or maybe if that Fofana bangs are
Kenny, to be honest with you, I think what Abdul said, I think about a month ago is right, because I think Jackson need a partner, bro, man. You need to play two strikers, man.
So for me, I see him more as an inside forward.
Yeah, but think about it.
Yeah.
Think about it, bro. We need someone in the box constantly, and Nico Jackson is not that guy.
It's not that yet.
What he's doing for the team right now is so needed that I'll actually keep him to do what he's doing. Just still do what you do, but we still need someone. Striker. Yeah, and we need someone else. The gap that he's filling is good, but we need someone to be in the box as well. I would like to see him play Broja game after next. If Broja can come on.
Yeah, Broja is coming back next week.
Obviously, and Nkunku was supposed to be. So I want to see him and Nkunku. I want to see it.
Yeah.
I'm going to see that second part.
Pre-season, he wasn't dropping deeper than Nkunku. He was staying high.
But the thing is that at least if he drop deep, Nkunku can take that. He knows, like, he goes in that space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in pre-season, he looked
and I noticed something that, guys, if we play Okunku, we usually go on the counter. We don't go possession when we play Okunku, though. We usually go on the counter. We don't go possession. When we play match number 9, we usually go on the counter. We don't go we do not go pass. We go on the counter, hit him on the counter, boom, and it's a goal.
No, but Abdullah, the reason why we go on the counter is because Nkunku forces that counter. He's very direct as a player.
Mm-hmm.
But all the rest are not as direct.
I miss Christopher Okonkwo, man. What a player. I missed him, man. I can't wait for him to be back. But this is my problem now. Him coming against United is a big risk. Will Poch risk him? I don't know. Will he risk him? I don't know.
It depends on how we do until.
It will be, according to the report, he will be back against Manchester United. But this problem is, will he start? Will he be on the bench? Will he take a risk on him? I don't know.
We just need to take our time. To be honest, we need to we need to be tactical with this season. Stay in the running for top 5. Stay in and around 5th, lowest 7th to 5th. Like 7th into the top 5, because the top 5 gets Champions League. We need to stay in there by Christmas. This is in my mind. This is what I'm looking at. I'm being realistic. It sounds crazy, but it sounds so bad. But we have to stay around. We have to stay around.
I get what you said.
We have to stay around that 7th place mark, no lower than 7th by Christmas. Then after that, we go into the window. We get the injuries back. Then we see how we can do for the second half of the season. But we can't afford to drop down to this stupid 12th, 13th, 11th. If we're still hovering around there by November or October times, then
but
just
the
forget
thing
it,
is,
man.
the thing is, Cruz. The thing is, sorry, somebody's.
Right.
Yeah. So the thing is, if you look at our team or our squad, player for player, right, with Arsenal, is almost equivalent, or in my own eyes, our team, player for player, more of our players, I'll prefer them to Arsenal players. And Arsenal was almost winning the league. Arsenal was almost winning the league last season.
Abdullah, why? Abdul, why?
Hold on.
I knew
Arsenal
something was
was
coming like
almost.
that.
Hold on.
He's trolling, man.
Hold on. Arsenal was almost winning the league. Okay, last season. So my take, where I'm trying to get at is, we have a very good team, a very good squad.
Wait, Abdullah, I have a question.
So if the what do you call it?
Abdul, I mean.
If the tactical football, which is the coachings and the managers, are very good, I'm sorry, if they apply them correctly, right, this team should be able to be, way up than most of us are thinking now.
Abdul, when you say the squad when you say the squads are comparable, like let's say the first 11.
Yeah.
So you're saying like the first 11 is comparable.
I didn't say the first 11 because we don't even know our first 11. Do you know our first 11? You don't even know.
But when you say the squad, then when I see Arsenal, they have a first 11 that is quite clear.
No. So the thing is, you see, that's the point. The thing is, I make two critical points now. Why are you picking on the players? I've just said the players and the manager. I combine both, okay. But I said if you look at player for player, it's just most of it will be a matter of opinion. Some people
but it's irrelevant.
Our players.
But it's relevant.
Hold on. Some people will prefer our players in some aspects, and some people will prefer Arsenal players. Some of Arsenal players in some aspects.
I don't know who these people are, but Arsenal players are like our squad is not nowhere near.
I don't think this is the problem. I don't think Arsenal squad is as exceptional as people think it is exceptional.
Oh, okay. No, Abdullah, let's even go with your own theory, which says everybody that puts on an Arsenal shirt in this Arsenal squad is better than everybody that smells the blue shirt from Chelsea.
I don't think so.
No, let's just go with their theory that they are better. Everybody in Arsenal is better than everybody in Chelsea, okay? By what percentage will you even put it? If let's say they are better, by what percentage is Arsenal squad better than Chelsea? I bet you cannot go more than 10 maximum.
At least 20, 30.
But then you're being biased, then you're not watching football. So how can I even rely on what you're saying when you're coming up with this kind of conclusion?
I'm definitely watching football.
Guys, I'm looking at the squad right now. I don't think
nobody will agree with you that player for player put our players next to Arsenal players. Arsenal players is better. No, forget about last season because we have
you see the thing. You see the thing when you say player for players. When you say player for players, when we say player for players, it's always the potential of these players. I'm talking about what they're right now. What they're right now. No. Because everyone is saying, yeah.
Use your football eyes to analyze them objectively. You're not a new person to football. Football is not new to you. You didn't start to watch football yesterday. Because I can tell. I've been speaking to you for a while, so I know that you have a good football IQ. Okay, but the thing is, our team is a new team, so we can only rate our team based on what people can see, which is I'm saying use your own football eyes, put them next to Arsenal team, okay, and you are telling me the Arsenal team is 20% better than the Chelsea team.
Let me
Come on, that's 100% bias. That's totally 100% bias.
Abdul, from what I've seen and the players I've bought.
That is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. You haven't seen anything because our team is a new team. I am saying that. I'm not saying what you've seen. I'm saying from what you're thinking because our team is only a few months old. So you cannot say from what you've seen. It can only be from what you are from what you think. From what you think. Okay.
No, obviously,
because
so Abdul, for you, from what you've seen, you think that our squad are at a similar level?
I haven't seen anything because I can only think it.
Yeah,
okay, because I've only seen Enzo. I've only seen Enzo from World Cup a few months ago. I've only seen what do you call it? What the guy who just bought? I've only seen him maybe like 6 weeks or 4
So
weeks.
clarify that. So Abdul, clarify the question.
but Abdul,
Wait, one second.
but Abdul, so that's
clarify the question. I'm confused. What are you trying to say then? Is it what we've seen or what we know of them prior at their prior clubs?
No, what you think, not from what
So
you've
we
seen.
think
Because you've seen most
ask
of.
the question again.
Because the reason why I say what you think is because you've seen Arsenal squad, Arsenal players for longer than Chelsea players. So I cannot say from what you've seen.
You're leading us down a dark hole, man.
No, I cannot say no, but it's the fact. I cannot say compare two players when you've seen one for like 2 seasons and you've only seen one for like 2 weeks.
But the thing, but the thing is that Abdul, when you think, obviously as Chelsea fan or general fan, you're always going to think the best of your players. But if we're being honest,
I'm saying I'm saying analyze.
But quickly, if we're being honest, a lot of these players that we're thinking is hopeful thinking right now because they haven't shown us enough.
No, but you have no option. You have no option now than what you think because you haven't seen enough.
No, but that's what I'm saying. What I've seen of some of these players.
Repeat the question. What's the question? So what based on
what I'm trying to say? No. What I'm saying is based on what I'm actually going somewhere. You actually just caught the initial part of my explanation. Where I am going to is basically our team is not a bad team. That if they see very sound coaching and management, how to handle them, to coach them, to train them, we should be within the top 6 brackets. That's where I was going to with my explanation.
No doubt. That's no doubt. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. You know,
I agree.
Yeah, exactly. So the way I am saying it is,
but that's not where Arsenal.
If the coaching is right, where definitely is almost certainty the top 6. You know, because I'm mapping it to what you were saying initially, Cruz, when you were saying like, oh, we should just stay in the 7th and 8th, bracket or up till Christmas. And I'm saying, this team is good enough where it's almost guaranteed top 6, but the management and the coaching has to be right.
No, but that's two different things. You didn't come on and say that. You come on and said this team is close to Arsenal. That's why I was trying to clarify because I'm confused.
Arsenal are not top 6. Arsenal are fighting for top 2.
Arsenal are not a top 6 side. They're
fighting to win league.
Because they're only top 2 because of the advantages they've had. They've been locked together. They've been hearing the same voice. They've been well coached. They've been well trained.
Yeah, but that's the reality. Yeah, so they are. So they're top challenges. Yeah. They're nowhere near.
Yeah, that's reality. No, but I'm trying to emphasize to you that this team is nothing close to bad. It's nothing close to average because I don't even see them too far from Arsenal. Okay, so if I see them like that, it's not the group that is a problem. It's actually the coaching, the management that needs to be correct. That needs to be right for them.
Okay, I agree with you, but so you're saying the coaching, if the coaching was better, the team would be improved and they'll be closer to Arsenal. But that's a given. We know that.
I didn't say better. I said it has to be right. I'm not saying it's better because I don't.
If the coaching was right, the team would be better. Yeah, of course.
No. Yeah. If the coaching is right, if the coaching is good, okay, we wouldn't even be conscious. We wouldn't have a debate of just stay at the top. Like 7th or 8th until Christmas. That's where I'm
Arsenal goalkeeper all time, their fullback, almost all their centre back, most of them they are midfield, all of them they are wingers. Like this, the way the Arsenal play because they are copying Pep Guardiola's system of play, so it's a little bit complicated, and you have to have your philosophy and stick by it. So it's understandable. Tomorrow,
yeah, but Abdullah, what Abdul is saying is right because we are messed up because of Poch. Because Poch, instead of him coming here and bringing consistent philosophy, right, a consistent one, not just a hybrid or whatever he's trying to do, then at least we will start seeing gradual improvement. But this guy is experimenting in the Premier League. I don't get it. I really don't get it.
No, but Arteta did the same at the beginning. Like right now, the guy is looking for results.
Yeah,
No,
but
that's
no,
what
Arteta was stable at the beginning. He was stable. It wasn't
No.
changing formation. No. Arteta was stable. Okay, he wasn't changing formation. He wasn't saying play this out of possession, play this with possession. Okay. The only problem Arteta had was like in the rate he had to change the players. So he could not quickly get rid of certain players. He didn't have the luxury Potter had, where under one window we changed all the entire team. He didn't have that luxury. So that was the only thing that actually slowed down his progression. Okay,
No.
Changing of players. But in terms of his tactical work was very consistent in the first
And
season.
his formation.
His
His
formation.
formation was consistent.
You played three at the back at some point.
Yes, but it was certain games. It was certain games.
Yeah, but the thing is that he had to, and at some point they even wanted to sack him. Like he wasn't always like lovely with it. But the thing is that he had time. That's the thing. A lot of these guys they have time, and the thing is that right now at Chelsea you don't have to. Right now at Chelsea you don't have time. Even Poch at Tottenham.
But why would they? Why would they? Hold on, Kenny. Even you that is on the outside, somebody changes the entire team for you in one summer. What time do you want again? Go just get on with your coaching.
No, but the thing is that first of all, it's not the entire squad. But the thing is that, how do you call it? Coming in one summer and expecting a guy just to do that great, that's not how it works now. You can't be doing that. And the thing
You're
is
supposed to do that.
No, but especially when you look at the league, when you're looking at the top teams, these guys had a lot of these guys. They've had coaches for the past 3 years now, so it's going to be tougher. It's going to be tougher now to get into that spot. And the thing is that the time it takes to gel, now just to gel a team, is going to take time. So you're probably going to start, and you're not going to start as fast as you should be. And right now you have injuries as well.
I think we're just looking for excuses for this guy because Eddie Howe changed everything in a season and a half, and they've given you a brand new team in one summer, and you're saying you still need time. I don't know which time you're waiting for.
Yeah, but I agree with what you're saying, Abdul. But the one thing I think, I don't know if you guys agree, but for me, it's the players are very, 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 very average.
Young as well.
Or they're not ready. So it's
so that is where your experience comes in. Okay, that is where your experience comes in as an elite manager. So, and as an elite manager, you have to
Poch is not an elite manager, by the way.
But even if you had an elite manager, like when Pep comes, they don't just give him young players, or Klopp comes, you don't just give them young players.
Now we're getting to the crook. This is where it all starts.
No.
Let's be honest. No one wants to say it, but it's the owners. Let everybody knows it. Everyone knows it.
I'm sorry, like.
No.
You don't just buy young players.
No.
You guys, most of these guys, they don't even have one season in professional football.
Kenny, hold on. Kenny, hold on. Okay, you're talking with your journalistic hat on. Okay, you're trying to talk logic football. Well, this is not about logic football.
It's logic. It's very much logic.
No. This is hold on. Let me land. What you're talking about is practical football. You see, these things about people being young is a myth. Okay, to some extent. Okay. Now, when you have a young squad, okay, what you do as a manager is very critical. Okay. So, number one, what you have to do is you have to make sure the team is stable. And how do you make a team stable? You make sure you do everything where they don't lose a game. If you have to play 10 at the back, you play 10 at the back. You have to, number one, make the team stable. After you make the team stable, then you make the team balanced. And what balanced means is you have everybody in the right position where the midfield doesn't have to do the defender's work. The defender doesn't have to do the right back's work. The midfielder doesn't have to do the striker's work. The striker doesn't have to be running back to pick the ball and do the midfielder's work. It has to be balanced. Then when it's balanced, that's when you pursue results. Okay, but I feel that Pep is trying to do everything from day one. The team has to be stable because you don't have experience. Why are you playing 4 at the back? Play 3 at the back with a DM to try and make it as stable as possible, at least in the first 10 games. Then after that, you try and make it balanced. Okay, where people are not doing each other's job, everybody knows their job. Okay, maybe do that for the next 10 games. Okay, then aggressively start going after results. Okay, but I don't. It seems like Pep doesn't have like a particular strategy. He's just like wanting to do his own thing, and he believes his own thing will work. And then you say oh, it's a young team. Of course, it's going to be a young team because you're not putting their age into consideration.
No, but clearly he had the strategy, but some stuff.
No. Because if you put their age into consideration, then your strategy, your approach will put that into consideration as well. And people will be seeing it that it's because it's a young team. That's why he's playing like this.
Yeah, but there's more than. I think the problem is that it's not just that narrowed down to one thing. I personally think there's about 10. It's a young team, but then yes, we didn't. But also on top of having a young team, we don't have the right experience. We don't have the right leadership. The manager's been asked to manage a team, but was it the right profiles to manage a team? We've bought loads of good young players, but have we bought a good young team? Have we bought these players? Some people are only here because they couldn't go on foreign loans. So let's not make out like this is some project that makes sense. And like it doesn't make nothing makes sense. There's like 20 reasons.
You say the few beginning games. Sanchez had never played with Disasi, who had never played with Thiago Silva, who had never played with Cole with his first game, and then Caicedo has never played. Like these guys, they don't even like most of these guys. They haven't been in the same squad for not even like.
Yeah, exactly. That is obvious. That is obvious to everybody. So you try and protect them. You don't tell the Sassis when you know is garbage with just playing with one center back. You're playing with 2 other center backs. Okay, you put them in a position where even if they make a mistake, that mistake is isolated. They don't make a mistake.
Easy, man. They
don't make it. No, but because I've seen it. Because I've seen it.
Because Poch is so idiotic. He's playing Colwell as a left back.
Because I've seen it.
No, Poch is definitely not perfect. But the thing is that I think people had a lot of utopia because it's all the preseason they got high. But the thing is that because you guys say you want to rebuild, but you're not ready for a rebuild.
No, I'm ready. I already said it. I said it.
No, because a lot of Chelsea fans are in denial and I know it's because of the money you see the 1 billion. But for me, when you say 1 billion, this is not. You may have the squad. You may have bought a 1 billion squad, but this squad value is not 1 billion.
Oh,
because the thing is that a lot of these players that you've bought is just most of them is potential. You don't even know what this. There's no guarantees.
Kenny, stop being a journalist. You are an analyst. Stop being a journalist. You're asking. You're putting all this kind of like whatever. See, that is what you're doing.
He's talking facts, bro.
You're not looking at it like from a practical perspective. Okay, you're saying this team is young. This team is over. He's not the first man to have a young group. We've seen young group winning Champions League football.
He's He's the first man to have a young group that has been assembled that quickly. Yes, he is. You've never seen that. And that's a lie if you're telling me you've seen a guy that's his first year and then he has to jump on a team where half of these players don't even know each other. Yes, he is.
No, that's true.
This is your first. Like
I can't remember. No, I can't remember a team on top of my head. But I tell you, every scenario has every scenario. No, the thing is. No.
Ajax is from the academy. These guys don't know each other.
No. The thing is, okay.
Squad planning. That squad. Let's not make up. The squad planning is awful.
I can't hear you. Can anybody hear you?
No,
Yeah, I think
he
he
disappeared.
was cutting
Like
him.
Houdini.
Yeah.
Oh,
He disappeared.
okay.
Like Houdini.
So what I'm trying to say is football has been happening for such a long time. It's difficult for you to say this scenario has never existed before. It's very difficult. I'm not saying I've seen it before, but I'm saying it's very difficult to say, oh, such and such scenario has never happened before. I'm the first one to do. Even teams have had two managers before. Gerard Houllier, when he first went to Liverpool, he was a co-manager with is it Roy Evans or what's his name? Practically every scenario has happened before in football,
No, but
except
Abdul,
maybe
but you tell me, if even if he has happened before, has he worked?
yeah.
Is
I
not for me.
don't know.
The
That's
thing
what
is
I'm
that
saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm
me
not going to
personally,
lie. I'm not going to lie just because I want to win an argument. I've never seen it before, but I'm saying it's very rare to say it's a scenario in football that's a football-related scenario that has never happened before. This is the first time it's happening. If you go
no,
deep, you're going to realize it's happened before.
but the
Okay,
thing
you're
is,
going to
for me,
realize it's happened before.
I'm saying in the past 20, 30 years now, the way football has been now, I've never seen it happen. So I can't tell you how it's gonna go. People can be optimistic and say, yeah, it might work well. But for me, I'm being quite like neutral right now. I'm saying it's a lot of young players, and I'm seeing the growing pains. I think the project can work, but the thing is that are you guys gonna have the patience? Because the first season we might not finish top 6 or top 5. You may be finishing 7th or 8th. But are you gonna now then sack the manager directly? That's what I'm saying.
If we don't have a good season this season, and it's not injury related, then the manager has to go. Remember, I said a good season. I did not say a successful season. There's a difference between a good season and a successful season to me. Okay, so the minimum is a good season, and if you cannot deliver a good season with this group of players, then it's your fault. You have to leave.
For me, it's just the first. I knew the first few games it was gonna be tough, but I do really expect that. Like I said, you're gonna give him like 10 games, but like I've I've played football before. I know like to a certain level, like you can't just be putting like that many players together and up expecting it to be like working directly. Like I said, I've never seen it work.
Kenny, and
So all I'm
especially like
Guys, see you
young
too,
kids that haven't
guys.
even proven
People
themselves.
in the chat, people see you guys tomorrow. Peace. God bless.
Peace, man.
Oh, good night,
All
Abdullah.
right,
Hey, good
all
night,
right.
guys.
Wake
Take
up,
care,
man.
y'all.
Wake up, man.